Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 19. Listening to the old soldier's explanation, the young soldier looked silently at the surging ocean outside the city walls, the confusion in his eyes slowly fading away. His lips moved, and just as he was about to say something, a piercing alarm suddenly exploded over the fortress not far away, the tangible sound waves causing the void to ripple in layers. The old soldier's expression remained unchanged. He calmly placed his metal combat helmet on his head and watched quietly as his young comrade beside him shouted at the top of his lungs, "Enemy attack!" As the alarm sounded, corrupted beings hundreds of meters tall revealed themselves from the ocean. Their clothes flailed continuously, tossing those corrupted without flight capabilities high into the air, hurling them toward the walls built by the United Empire like stones from a catapult. In an instant, the clear sky was obscured by the bodies of countless corrupted, turning into thick, dark clouds that pressed down upon the hearts of all the resistance fighters. Prepare for combat. A thunderous roar that could pierce metal and shatter stone echoed across the battlefield. The voice seemed to carry tangible power. Every resistance fighter who heard it tightened their grip on their weapons, their inner fear and anxiety constantly receding as their fighting spirit began to surge. The corrupted fell like raindrops from the sky. Most crashed against the thick city walls, exploding into clumps of unrecognizable rotting flesh. But a small portion cleared the 100-meter-high wall and slammed heavily into the defensive light barrier atop the ramparts. As the corrupted continued to collide with it, ripples began to spread across the defensive barrier. A muffled sound exploded in a fortress not far from the two resistance fighters. A streak of black light shot out instantly from the parapet, tearing every corrupted in its path to shreds before slamming heavily into the body of a 1,000-meter-tall corrupted beast. The terrifying impact shattered a large portion of the corrupted beast's body. The 10-meter-long enchanted city-destroying crossbow bolt within the black light was glowing crimson, and scorching scarlet flames instantly burst through the bolt, detonating with a roar. Whoosh! In just a single moment, the wildly spreading fire snakes covered an area of several thousand meters. Every corrupted within the range was ignited by the flames from the crossbow bolt, their flesh and blood sizzling under the scorching heat. Yet, these corrupted seemed not to feel pain at all. They continued to scramble toward the city walls, completely indifferent to the fact that the flames burning on their own bodies were setting their comrades in front of them ablaze as well. These mindless monsters. The young resistance fighter operated his enchanted firearm, continuously sweeping fire at the corrupted below. This was the standard defensive procedure. Before the corrupted officially scaled the walls, they, the resistance fighters, would retaliate using long-range weapons like firearms. Once the corrupted approached the walls, it would be the turn of the resistance legions to go outside and face the enemy. Because the current territory of the Service United Empire was reduced to only the Eternal Plateau, a land not even 1% the size of the former Service continent, various resources could no longer sustain the United Empire for long after retreating here. Therefore, to reduce resource consumption, the method used by the United Empire's resistance was close-quarters combat. For the people of Service, who possessed transcendent power, this was not something unacceptable, or rather, for many in Service, they trusted the weapons that accompanied them on the battlefield far more than those enchanted firearms and other technological weapons they were not very familiar with. The war never ceased for a moment. The tide-like corrupted continued to charge toward the tall city walls, not caring in the slightest about the existence or demise of their own lives. Time flew by, and day and night began to cycle. 10 days later, on the ramparts covered in claw marks and scratches, the young soldier slumped against the cold wall, gasping for air that carried the scent of rot. The thick, foul stench filled his chest, but he no longer had the strength to even dry heave. Beside him lay a corpse that had already lost its warmth, its helmet knocked off by sharp claws, revealing an aged face that wore an expression of relief. So, what is the point of resisting like this? Can we really wipe out these almost endless monsters? The young soldier leaned against the wall, looking at the dim sky where demons danced in chaos, and an urge to jump off the wall rose involuntarily in his heart. From the moment he reached adulthood at 16, he had joined the resistance. Every day, Aside from eating, sleeping, and cultivating, he spent his time slaughtering these corrupted who lacked self-awareness. He had lived such days for a full 8 years, and it was foreseeable that there would be 5 more 8-year periods, or even 10. He had long since grown weary of these endless days. Sometimes he thought that perhaps dying in this tide of monsters a little earlier would be a form of relief. Watching his comrades fighting ahead, the young soldier kept his head tilted toward the sky, his hand gripping the metal necklace hanging around his neck as he whispered, "These corrupted are truly the worst. If the gods can hear my call, then descend here and save this world that is on the verge of destruction. In exchange, I am willing to offer my insignificant yet devout faith." After the whisper, the roars of the corrupted never ceased. The young soldier gave a self-deprecating smile, laboriously picked up the spear that had fallen beside him, and aimed the tip at his own brow, feeling the sharpness against his forehead. The young soldier looked at his comrades fighting ahead with a complex expression, a flash of fighting spirit erupting in his eyes. "Death is one thing, but I must never commit suicide." He let out a low shout, propped himself up from the ground with his spear, gathered the last of his strength, and dragging the spear, he took a step and charged toward the edge of the wall. 1 step, 2 steps. His pace grew faster and faster. His exhausted body seemed to be infused with endless vitality. Gripping his long spear with both hands, he strode forward like a shooting star toward the edge of the city wall, the spear thrust out like a dragon, a point of cold light blooming at its tip, precisely piercing a corruptor that was slamming against the defensive light barrier. The moment the warrior's spear pierced the corruptor, the originally dim and lightless sky was suddenly torn apart by a beam of pure, flawless light. This beam, like a celestial blade striking from beyond the heavens, pierced through the plain and plunged straight into the earth, which was carpeted with corruptors. As the pure white light bombarded the ground, ripples of radiance surged outward wherever it passed. Corruptors of every level were instantly ground into dust. The young warrior stood at the edge of the city wall, one hand holding his spear, the other bracing against the cold wall in front of him. He stared blankly at the divine beam descending from the sky, and a ripple suddenly stirred within his despairing heart. The name of that ripple was hope. "The gods have heard my prayers and descended upon service." The beam retracted rapidly. The opening in the sky sealed shut, and a gentle, warm radiance shimmered across the earth. Amidst the brilliance, a human female nearly 10 meters tall slowly appeared before all living beings. She stood upon the earth, her entire body radiating a warm glow, as if a goddess had descended into the mortal world. There was not a single flaw to be found. The moment he saw her, the light in the young warrior's eyes climbed to its peak. He looked at the figure on the ground, knelt down in complete submission, and pressed his forehead against the cold ground, offering up his most devout faith. High above the inner side of the city wall, 3 figures clad in mage robes looked at everything happening inside and outside the wall with grave expressions, their hearts filled with both terror and bitter helplessness. By now, all the resistance fighters who had seen the female entity had already knelt, kowtowing to her, and those corruptors on the ground had actually begun to slaughter one another, showing not the slightest mercy. She stood there on the earth, watching the scenes before her. Beneath a face made indistinct by the surrounding halo, a faint, elusive smile seemed to emerge. "The corruption meme hasn't been resolved yet. So where did this evil god come from?" One legendary mage withdrew his gaze, not daring to look at that figure any longer, and said with a touch of despair, "Yes," while the other resistance fighters did not know. Legendary mages like them were all too aware. The moment she entered the field, she had forcibly compelled every being who saw her to kneel before her. Not to mention, she hadn't done anything, yet she had caused the corruptors to slaughter each other. Such behavior was absolutely not something a normal god would do. The most likely explanation was that this goddess before them was no good either. The woman, whose temperament was like that of a goddess, looked at the city wall ahead and sensed the area for a moment, then frowned slightly. She did not sense any traces of the Blood Lord, nor did she sense the aura of that prey, as if the target had never been here at all. "There is still some time before I can leave the abyss for training." According to logic, he shouldn't have been able to break through the restrictions and leave, to be able to kill the Blood Lord. This is truly surprising. The woman walked toward the city wall step by step. Wherever she passed, The numerous corruptors all became calm. They knelt on the ground, their mouths having lost the ability to speak, emitting low, guttural roars. How disgusting! The woman took a step, and her entire body slowly began to walk through the air. Her movements were elegant yet swift. In just a few seconds, she had arrived before the city wall, looking at the many resistance fighters kneeling on the wall. The corners of her mouth curled upward slightly. I am very pleased to meet you, humans of the service plane. From this moment on, I am the ruler of the service plane. You may call me the Lord of Mines. Now, does anyone object? This perfect woman, standing 10 meters tall, was called the Lord of Mines. If Gao Yang were here, he would immediately recall that this Lord of Mines before him was a high-ranking member of the Pantheon, holding the same status as the Blood Lord, and was the very entity he had inadvertently encountered while soul-searching in the past. The other party's attainments in mind cultivation were extremely high. During that soul search, she had sensed his presence. If he hadn't sealed his memories in time, there likely wouldn't have been any subsequent events. Chapter 1081. Enslaving the living beings of a world. 3K 5 days later, at the Eternal Highlands, the new imperial capital of the Service United Empire, 10 million resistance fighters were arranged in dense phalanxes outside the capital. They gazed with fanatical eyes at the flawless woman standing proudly above the imperial capital. That was their new god, the destination of their hearts. The meaning of their existence was to carry out the will of their god. Now, go. Leave this place. Travel across all of Service, and find me, Gao Yang. The Lord of Mines looked down at the 10 million resistance fighters of the Service United Empire below, a trace of contemptuous smile appearing on her flawless face, which was shrouded in a halo. She had not sensed the meme contamination that this world was suffering from, but the billions of subjects within the United Empire had felt her will. Compared to the so-called meme contamination, the Lord of Mines had more confidence in her own methods. Divine light suddenly appeared beneath her, and a female deity standing 100 meters tall appeared out of thin air, kneeling on one knee toward the Lord of Mines. She was a native deity born of the Service Superplane and the most powerful one at that, known as the Goddess of Life, a mid-tier deity, relying on the faith provided by the trillions of living beings of the Service Superplane. She was not far from becoming a greater deity, but the appearance of the meme contamination had ruthlessly shattered her plans. That she could maintain her status as a mid-tier deity was only thanks to the fact that the divine kingdom she had established had not been contaminated. But now, when the Lord of Mines appeared before her, everything had come to an end. All her thoughts and plans were completely abandoned the moment she saw the Lord of Mines. From this day forward, she would be the most loyal servant of the Lord of Mines. With her hands clasped before her, she tilted her head back, though her gaze remained fixed only upon the feet of the Lord of Mines. With a tone of fanatical self-reproach, she said, "My lord, the ruins of the Second Empire did not contain the mortal object you seek." The Lord of Mines was not angered. Instead, she smiled radiantly and said gently, "You have worked hard during this time. Go and search more thoroughly." As the Lord of Mines finished speaking, she watched as the massive body of the Goddess of Life trembled with agitation. The goddess bowed her head deeply and vanished from before the Lord of Mines. The Lord of Mines closed her eyes, her consciousness spreading through every living being that had submitted to her. It was as if millions of eyes were observing the world on her behalf. As a high-ranking member of the Pantheon, the Lord of Mines would not normally be so high-profile as to enslave the life or even the deities of an entire plane. To do so would invite the wrath and hostility of the true gods of the multiverse. But Service was different. This superplane was not far from total annihilation. Its original population of trillions had dwindled to less than 1 billion, and many of those were merely new lives born in the aftermath. Even the native deities were reduced to a mere handful. For the Lord of Mines, this presented no difficulty at all. Enslaving this population and turning them into her eyes to track down Gao Yang was the final value they could offer. Once they discovered Gao Yang's trail, these millions would have no further reason to exist. Of course, if she wished to accelerate the process, those mindless corrupted ones would also need to be added to the search parties. This was somewhat tricky for the Lord of Mines, but not impossible. She took a step forward, and in the next moment, she appeared within the Imperial Palace. reclining lazily upon a massive lounge chair crafted specifically for her. Come to think of it, I wonder if that fellow, the Blood Lord, was truly killed by Gao Yang, or if he used this opportunity to escape entirely. A soft, warm light bloomed from the tip of her finger, revealing a crimson token within. At this moment, the token was covered in cracks, appearing as though it would crumble into dust at the slightest touch. The radiance on her face faded, revealing a stunningly beautiful countenance that seemed to shift between joy and petulance. Within her bright eyes, a look of contemplation flickered. Suddenly, her brows furrowed, and the light that had just dissipated once again shrouded her face. A point of deep green light emerged from her side, containing a dark green token. The Lord of Mines put away the Blood Lord's nearly shattered token and flicked a bit of light at the green one. It immediately unfolded, and a hazy figure appeared within it. Lord of Desire, why do you seek me? The figure in the token was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Lord of Mines, the Blood Lord is truly dead. The Lord of Mines' fingers paused. As her gaze shifted, her lazy posture vanished. She sat upright, looking at the token before her with great seriousness, and spoke again. Lord of Desire, are you certain? This matter was confirmed by the Demon Lord himself. The Lord of Desire within the token replied, the Demon Lord. The Lord of Mines leaned forward slightly, her full chest rising and falling. She closed her eyes in thought for a few seconds before asking, what are the Demon Lord's instructions? Ensure that the anomaly is completely erased. You, I, and the Lord of Blades are to act together. The Lord of Desire within the token said again. The Lord of Mines raised an eyebrow and asked, when will you arrive? The Lord of Blades has already departed, and I shall follow shortly. In half a day at most. The Lord of Blades and I will rendezvous with you. The Lord of Desire paused before adding, has the anomaly been found? The Lord of Mines replied, I had intended to properly enjoy the process of the hunt, but since the Demon Lord has issued instructions, I shall act according to the Sovereign's will. By the time you arrive at service, I will have found the anomaly. Good. As the Lord of Desire's voice faded, the light on the token vanished instantly. The Lord of Mines put away the token and rose slowly. The plan had changed, so the current approach was no longer applicable. The Lord of Mines raised her jade-like hand, and invisible, intangible mental fluctuations rippled outward from her palm. At the same time, the millions of living beings enslaved by the Lord of Mines, who were already rushing toward every corner of the service continent, felt a fanatical light erupt within their eyes. For my lord, amidst their hoarse, desperate roars, a dense, popping sound erupted from the bodies of these resistance fighters. The aura of every warrior began to climb steadily, their speed, attack, and defense all increasing exponentially. Simultaneously, invisible mental waves radiated from their heads, scanning their surroundings like radar. When their mental waves touched those of other warriors, they instantly merged, and the search range increased exponentially as well. Such a reckless expenditure would naturally lead to severe consequences. Their lives had already entered a countdown. When everything they were burned away, they would die completely, and even their souls would cease to exist. For the vast majority of warriors, this time was only half a day. Legendary powerhouses might last a bit longer, but no more than a day. The Lord of Mines stood before her lounge chair, sensing the information shared back by her servants. Her heart devoid of any fluctuation. Clearly, she was unaware that she had once met Gao Yang within the memories of her Golan. At that time, Gao Yang had severed her Golan's memories, which also severed the anchor created when Gao Yang met her. Furthermore, Gao Yang had acted with extreme decisiveness and speed to seal all information regarding the Lord of Mines, directly erasing his own memories of that encounter. If the Lord of Mines had known this, perhaps he would not have had the leisure to play hide and seek with Gao Yang. However, the total death of the Blood Lord had indirectly altered the Lord of Mines' plans. Just as the millions of mental slaves spread across the entire service continent like a tidal wave, Gao Yang, deep within the glacier, had also reached a critical moment in his cultivation. In 15 days of cultivation, he had devoured plane cores totaling over 15,000 of energy units. The progress of his 8-9 arcane arts was climbing at a pace as frantic as a rocket. As early as 7 days ago, his 8-9 arcane arts had already broken through to the 9th level. After reaching the 9th level, The fusion between his physical body and his soul directly surpassed 80%, leaving only 20% until they were completely integrated. After the 8-9 arcane arts broke through to the 9th level, it did not provide Gao Yang with any explicit attribute increases. Yet he was not the least bit panicked, because he had a premonition that when the 8-9 arcane arts reached complete mastery, all the accumulation from the early stages would erupt in full. According to the current fusion progress of about 2% per day, there was less than a day left until the 8-9 arcane arts reached complete mastery. Inside the narrow cave, Gao Yang sat cross-legged within the immortal execution formation map. His abdomen rumbled like a beating drum, and the battle chi around his body boiled like a furnace. With 8-9 arcane arts breaking through to the 9th level, Gao Yang's efficiency in absorbing plane cores had increased once again. A 1 OG plane core that previously took 2 hours to absorb now only required a little over an hour to be completely assimilated. Feeling the continuous fusion of his body and soul, a sense of urgency rose in Gao Yang's heart for no apparent reason. Given the existence of his innate talent, he did not believe this was a mere illusion. Gao Yang wore a solemn expression, then let out a low shout, beginning to refine the plane core he had swallowed into his abdomen with all his might. Half an hour later, this plane core was completely refined and exhausted. Gao Yang closed his eyes to sense his state, and he already had a clear grasp of the progress of his 8-9 arcane arts in his heart. Fusion progress, he did not pause. His body continued to radiate astonishing heat waves like a furnace. He reached into his inventory, pulled out 2 more plane cores, tossed them into his mouth, chewed them up, and swallowed them. He only needed to consume 8 more plane cores for his 8-9 arcane arts to reach complete mastery. And to consume 8 plane cores, at his current speed, would take less than half a day. As the 2 plane cores entered his abdomen, violent energy erupted instantly. Gao Yang let out a muffled groan, his will shining to suppress his body as he began to coordinate with his physical form to forcibly refine the plane cores in his stomach. Rolling heat waves exploded. Even the immortal execution sword domain could not fully suppress this level of high temperature. The mountain where he was hiding began to slowly melt under this intense heat. The mountain itself, along with the ice and snow outside, began to melt inevitably. If any mind thrall were to arrive here, they would easily be able to discover the anomaly. However, the Eternal Plateau was located at the far west of the Service Continent, while the glacier where he was located was in the northeast. The 2 locations were far apart. Chapter 1080 to Burning Mountains and Boiling Seas. Arcane Arts reached mastery. Splash. When a legendary level Legion commander of the Service United Empire arrived at this glacier, the scene before him left him in confusion. In his memory, this place should have been a bone-chilling, frozen world of ice and snow. But now, the 1,000-mile ice sheet had vanished, replaced by a vast ocean that was slightly churning and boiling. Wisps of water vapor rose from the sea surface, collided with the giant mountain peaks protruding from the water, and condensed back into droplets, dripping into the boiling sea below. He stood above the ocean, his gaze scanning the surroundings. After sensing for a moment, he charged toward the depths of this ocean. More than 10 minutes later, he stopped in the distance before a giant peak that pierced the clouds. He gazed at that giant peak in the distance, his heart filled with inexplicable shock. He was at least 5,000 meters away from that giant peak, but the rolling heat waves radiating from it were already making him a legendary existence feel uncomfortable. The air he breathed through his nose and mouth was scorching, and even the magic power in this area had been heated to a point where it was difficult to absorb. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence could be inside that giant peak to make the entire regional area boil to such an extent. Inexplicably, he felt that he must have found the existence his master had spoken of. The moment this thought arose, his master's gentle voice suddenly echoed in his heart. "Icarus, have you found Gao Yang?" Upon hearing the voice of the Lord of Mines, Icarus became visibly excited, and the battle chi around his body surged violently. "My lord, I am not certain, but the situation here is too abnormal. This place was originally a frozen world of ice and snow, but now it has turned into an ocean. Furthermore, the entire ocean is constantly heating up. I believe that Gao Yang's hiding place is on that mountain peak." "Well done. Then, proceed to climb that mountain and see for me whether Gao Yang is there." The voice of the Lord of Mines remained gentle, but the cruelty and coldness within it were unmistakable. Icarus, however, acted as if he had been injected with a stimulant. He immediately acknowledged the order loudly, then exploded with battle chi and charged toward the top of the giant peak not far away. Icarus's speed was fast, but at the same time, for every step he took forward, the temperature he felt increased by a fraction. When he was less than 1,000 meters from the mountain, the temperature here had already begun to distort space. Looking at the mountain peak, which appeared somewhat hazy due to the spatial distortion, Icarus hesitated for only a moment before gritting his teeth and charging into it. The instant he rushed into this distorted space, his body began to emit a series of sizzling sounds as it was roasted. Icarus did not stop. Instead, he unleashed his battle chi to the limit and charged toward the mountain. He knew that in this environment, he would not live long, but even if he were to die, he had to complete his master's mission before death. Only in this way could he be considered not to have failed his master's expectations. The smell of flesh being roasted to a char spread out, but Icarus no longer had the heart to pay attention to his own condition. He simply buried his head and charged toward the mountain peak, which was only 500 meters away. In the past, 500 meters would have been no different from 5 meters to him, but now, these 500 meters felt like a natural chasm, giving him the thought that even if he died here, he would never be able to reach the other side. The moment this thought was born, a surge of inexplicable fury ignited from the depths of his heart. Staring with half-melted eyeballs, he fixed his gaze upon the mountain peak just inches away. The charred skin on his face split open, and he let out a sudden, guttural roar. Following this, his body accelerated abruptly, driven by an unyielding determination, as he charged straight toward the summit of the mountain like a cannonball. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Amidst the sound of searing heat, reminiscent of oil being poured onto a raging fire, Icarus's body rapidly carbonized and began to disintegrate in midair. By the time he was only 100 meters from the peak, his physical form had been completely incinerated. Still unable to do it, my lord, I am truly useless. His charred bones fell powerlessly, before they could drop for more than a few seconds. The terrifying high temperature caused them to shatter, turning into fine powder that dissipated between heaven and earth. The silent death of a legendary warrior, caused by his own actions, did not affect Gao Yang, who sat cross-legged within the mountain, in the slightest. At this moment, Gao Yang's skin was covered in cracks that could no longer bear the strain. Within these fissures, energy as crimson as magma flowed incessantly, yet he paid no heed to it, continuing to practice the 9 profound art, absorbing the immense energy from the core of the plane. He was only a tiny bit of time away from the complete mastery of the 9 profound art. Once this final step was taken, it would be like the vast sea and the open sky, outside the mountain. At the very spot where Icarus had fallen, the already distorted space suddenly rippled, and the Master of Minds appeared abruptly. The moment she appeared, her body began to distort along with the space. Clearly, this was not her true physical form, but a manifestation condensed from Icarus's mental intent. She looked at the mountain before her, her eyes seemingly piercing through the rock to see the immortal execution sword domain within. Feeling the boiling, scorching temperature in the surroundings, the Master of Minds curled her lips slightly and instantly appeared 1,000 meters away. At this distance, her manifestation was able to fully withstand the terrifying heat. No matter what you want to do or what your goal is, interrupting your plan is definitely the right thing to do. After the Master of Mind's manifestation spoke, a gentle light of the mind began to bloom from within her body. The instant the light of the mind enveloped her perfect form, a slender, jade-like finger pointed out from within the radiance. The moment this finger shot out from the halo, the Master of Minds took a step forward in the direction of the finger. The instant she stood there, the distorted void within 100 meters fell into an unprecedented silence. That soft light of the mind shone in all directions, forcibly smoothing out the boiling space with an unquestionable dominance. She looked at the mountain, and an invisible shockwave erupted from her extended fingertip. Wherever the shockwave passed, the distorted space was forcibly smoothed out. The moment it struck the mountain 1,000 meters away, the peak began to dissipate and decompose. In just a blink of an eye, the mountain, which stood over 100 meters tall, was dissolved by that single finger. leaving the summit as a concave, semi-cylindrical structure. A dark red sphere, only about 3 meters in diameter, hovered in the center of this semi-cylindrical mountain. Completely exposed to the Master of Minds, are you cultivating? It seems I have come at just the right time. The Master of Minds chuckled, opened the fingers of her right hand, aimed at the dark red sphere, and clenched her fist violently. Following her movement, the space around the immortal execution sword domain suddenly changed, as if coming to life. The surrounding space twisted into a tangible giant hand, which then gripped down fiercely toward the immortal execution sword domain. Clang! Sword cries soared into the sky. Streams of slaughter sword chi erupted from the surface of the immortal execution sword domain, colliding continuously with the grasping spatial hand and emitting dull, booming roars. Seeing the countless sword chi rising into the sky, the Master of Minds was not surprised. As an existence capable of slaying the Blood Lord, if it lacked even this much capability, it would not be worthy of killing the Blood Lord, even though these sword chi were exceptionally sharp, carving deep wounds into the spatial hand. The hand still managed to grip heavily onto the immortal execution sword domain under the onslaught of the swarming sword chi. Creak, creak, a harsh, grating sound exploded in the void. The dark red sphere deformed continuously within the spatial hand, and the sword chi never ceased for a moment. After several seconds, the spatial hand was finally shredded by the slaughter sword chi. The Master of Minds was somewhat surprised. The defensive performance of this slaughter rule domain was actually this formidable. However, this surprise lasted only for an instant. Subsequently, her eyes radiated a nearly invisible, immense power of the mind. As the Master of Minds unleashed her full power, the world changed color. The already distorted void began to boil completely. The sky and the earth, the mountains and the seas, all shattered under the Master of Mind's immense mental power. This attack was not aimed directly at Gao Yang's immortal execution sword domain, but rather targeted the entire space where the domain resided in a broader sense. As the void rapidly collapsed under the will of the Master of Minds, the immortal execution sword domain within it began to sway, crack. When the first piece of space was stripped away as a fragment, it was like the first domino falling. In just a few seconds, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of meters in front of the Master of Minds collapsed completely. The original scenery of heaven, earth, and mountains had long since vanished, replaced by a pure, dark vacuum. However, within this dark vacuum, the dark red sphere remained firmly pinned in the darkness, with streaks of blood-colored sword chi extending from the sphere and piercing directly into the surrounding void. So resilient. A trace of surprise appeared on the perfect face of the Master of Minds, which was obscured by light. Then, the surprise vanished, replaced by a rising sense of fury. She gripped the air with one hand, and a massive battle halberd, half again as long as her body, suddenly appeared, which she grasped in her hand. The halberd was in a semi-transparent state, its entire body covered in dragon scale-like raised patterns. Inscribed upon it were numerous unknown pure white characters, surrounded by flame patterns, as if mental flames were burning fiercely upon it. At the connection point between the halberd shaft and the blade, a single horned white snake, existing between reality and illusion, coiled around it. The halberd blade, measuring a full 5 meters long, emerged from its mouth, displaying a massive, reverse curved edge that exuded an overwhelming killing intent. Such a heavy weapon, held in the hands of a beautiful woman whose charm could topple nations, created an extreme sense of contrast. If one were to disregard its actual performance, the moment the Lord of Mind's well-proportioned hand gripped the battle halberd, an invisible mental power instantly connected with it, and serrated or erupted from the weapon. If any being below the legendary realm were to glance at it, their mind would instantly be severed by the mental serrations covering the battle halberd, leading to immediate death. The Lord of Mind twirled the halberd with one hand, its blade slicing through the air and leaving behind lingering black cracks. HMPH. She let out a soft cry, and the battle halberd in her hand traced a full moon, savagely slashing down towards the immortal slaying sword domain, driven by mental power. The battle halberd descended with an earth-shattering momentum, its terrifying blade light soaring into the sky, splitting the pitch-black vacuum in two. Clang! The battle halberd struck, colliding with the dark red immortal sword that emerged from the dark red sphere. Substantial ripples of power exploded, causing the space to violently undulate like a water surface. The dark red immortal sword flew backward, crashing heavily into the dark red sphere and stirring up large plumes of dark red mist. The Lord of Mind's first strike failed to connect, so she twisted her wrist and slashed down with the halberd again. As the battle halberd descended, a cyan immortal sword emerged from the dark red sphere and collided with the halberd. The Lord of Mind chuckled, then said coldly, "Let's see how long you can block me." How long did it need to be blocked? Inside the immortal slaying sword domain, Gao Yang's skin had almost completely cracked, and even the flesh beneath his skin showed deep, intersecting fissures that reached to the bone. The energy of the plane core was too vast, absorbing it at all costs in a short period. The greatest danger was that the body would not be able to withstand such explosive energy. Fortunately, it was now the final critical moment. Gao Yang knew that the entity furiously attacking outside the immortal slaying sword domain was none other than the Lord of Mind, whom he had actively sealed deep within his memories. And the moment she appeared, Gao Yang's sealed memories naturally resurfaced. Compared to his utter vulnerability when he first met her, Gao Yang now stood at an equal height with her. The immortal slaying sword domain continuously vibrated under the Lord of Mind's relentless assault. The 4 immortal slaying swords intercepted her attacks again and again, but due to their inherently lower quality, they were gradually showing signs of fatigue. If not for the immortal slaying formation diagram serving as the foundation, these 4 legendary great immortal slaying swords would likely have been shattered by the battle halberd in the Lord of Mind's hand by now. Just a little more, only a little more. Inside and outside the immortal slaying sword domain, this thought flashed simultaneously through Gao Yang and the Lord of Mind's minds. The Lord of Mind closed her eyes, then burst them open the next instant. Endless mental power erupted from her body, all of it pouring into the heart-rending battle halberd in her hand. The invisible mental power materialized, forming a slightly larger mental halberd blade outside the weapon's edge. The Lord of Mind's fair face, shrouded in spiritual light, was filled with murderous intent. Holding the halberd with both hands, she took a step, and the next instant, she appeared above the immortal slaying sword domain. The battle halberd trailed behind her, and with her movement, it carved a perfect arc in midair, savagely slashing down towards the immortal slaying sword domain before her. Clang! The blade light shot up into the sky, and the almost tangible pressure of the strike bore down. The immortal slaying sword domain began to deform under this immense pressure. The 4 immortal slaying swords converged in one spot, piercing out from the immortal slaying sword domain, and clashed with the descending battle halberd. Boom! A deafening metallic collision exploded, causing the heavens and earth within tens of thousands of miles to tremble violently. The boiling seawater within a 1,000-mile radius exploded with impact, transforming into towering water columns tens of thousands of meters high. At the same time, countless spatial cracks spanning the sky instantly emerged, like ugly centipedes crawling across the world within tens of thousands of miles. The 4 immortal slaying swords, stripped of all their power, flew away. The heart-rending battle halberd, still in the Lord of Mind's hand, ferociously continued to slash down towards the almost shattered immortal slaying sword domain. The instant the battle halberd was about to strike the immortal slaying sword domain, the domain suddenly split open from the middle, and a silver-white greatsword emerged from the gaping fissure. Chapter 1083. The flesh is undying, the will is indestructible. Rewind 30 seconds. Amidst the violent tremors, Gao Yang, who was sitting cross-legged within the immortal slaying sword domain, finally absorbed the last trace of plane core energy. The moment this wisp of plane core energy was completely absorbed by his body, a roar, like the primordial creation of heaven and earth, exploded in his mind. Rumble! This roar originated from his mind, surged into his brain, and transformed into continuous ripples that, centered on his head, swept through his entire body in an instant. The moment this roar resonated in every corner of his body, the incredibly condensed sword of will in Gao Yang's mind shattered into countless particles. Subsequently, Gao Yang felt his consciousness instantly spread throughout his entire body. A world grander, more magnificent, and more wondrous than the multiverse itself was revealed in Gao Yang's consciousness at this moment. He could see every cell in his body with absolute clarity. He could perceive the distance and connection between cells with absolute clarity, and even at a more microscopic level, he could perceive his genes with absolute clarity. In just an instant, He understood the problems existing in his body. In just an instant, the problems in his body were adjusted and changed by him. In just an instant, his body reached a state of flawless perfection. Every cell, every bone, every muscle, every organ, all achieved a profoundly mysterious unified whole. In this instant, Gao Yang's consciousness and body merged into one, reaching a state of perfect harmony, indistinguishable from each other. In this instant, his body completed its adjustment. From this moment on, his spirit was his body, and his body was his spirit. The flesh is undying. The will is indestructible. The will is indestructible. The flesh is undying. His 8-9 arcane art, at this moment, finally reached grand completion. Following this, as the 9 arcane arts reached perfection, his body and spirit fused into a perfect, unified whole. Gao Yang's physical form began to shift and change according to his will. A surge of enlightenment instantly flooded his consciousness. In this moment, Gao Yang understood what it meant to possess 1,000 transformations and what it meant to be undying and indestructible. After the 8-9 arcane arts reached perfection, he could alter his physical structure at will, even down to the very essence of his life force. If he wished to become a dragon, he would be the most noble of dragons. If he wished to become a phoenix, he would be the purest of phoenixes, even transforming into blades, spears, swords, halberds, or any object in the universe was effortless. Everything was within a single thought. This was the meaning of 1,000 transformations. As for being undying and indestructible, it was even more profound. His soul and will were fused with his physical body. Every single cell could be considered an independent version of himself. As long as a single cell remained, he could use it as a foundation to reconstruct his body. It is worth mentioning that after the 8-9 arcane arts reached perfection, his defensive capabilities had reached their peak. His physical body and soul shared a unified defense, and when the two were superimposed, his defensive power increased by geometric multiples. Therefore, shattering his body had become an almost impossible feat. And even if his body were truly shattered, as long as a single cell remained in this world, he could reform his physical form. After the 8-9 arcane arts reached perfection, any one of his cells could survive independently of his main body for hundreds or thousands of years, or even longer. Such an existence is not eroded by the passage of time, nor altered by the shifts in space. His soul remains eternally gathered, and his physical body is indestructible through 10,000 tribulations. This is what it means to be undying and indestructible. After adjusting his own state, the changes continued. Gao Yang could easily perceive the exact values of his attributes. For instance, right now, with the 8-9 arcane arts perfected and his body flawless, his various attributes began to rise. His body became increasingly resilient and strong. His primordial life force grew heavier and more vast. His reactions became more agile and flexible. His learning capacity climbed steadily, and he could perceive the essence of the universe with ever-increasing clarity. This improvement was comprehensive and effortless, as if it were meant to be, as if it should have been this way all along. In less than 10 seconds, the enhancement concluded. Gao Yang moved his mind, and although the system interface did not unfold before his eyes, all the information regarding his physical state flowed smoothly into his consciousness. Name, Gao Yang. Profession: Unique God of War LV3 to health points, Battle Chi 7,007,000, Strength, Agility, Constitution, Intelligence, Charisma, Perception, Will hidden, Free attribute points, 0. Extraordinary attribute points, 0. Legendary attribute points, 0. Legendary skill points, Legendary reputation. The information surfaced in his mind and vanished in the next instant. Following this, Gao Yang willed it, and the cracks across his body healed completely, leaving not even a trace of a scar. Gao Yang opened his palm, and over a dozen attribute gems appeared in his hand. These were the leftovers from his previous enhancement, which he had been unable to absorb because he had reached his limit at the time. However, there were no such concerns now. White gold battle chi emerged from his palm, and within a single breath, he had completely refined all these attribute gems into his body. A few breaths later, the various enhancements were complete. Name, Gao Yang. Profession: Unique God of War LV3 to health points, Battle Chi 7,007,000, Strength, Agility, Constitution, Intelligence, Charisma, perception, will hidden, free attribute points 0, extraordinary attribute points 0, legendary attribute points 0, legendary skill points, legendary reputation, sensing his own changes. Gao Yang revealed a heartfelt smile. Then, he raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the immortal execution sword domain to see the master of minds outside, and the war halberd she was swinging down toward him with fury. That violent, lightning-fast strike now appeared slow and riddled with flaws in his eyes. So powerless that he could break it with a flick of his hand. Gao Yang grasped the air, and Yang Yao appeared in his palm. He stood up and thrust his sword toward the descending halberd. As Yang Yao thrust forward, the immortal execution sword domain parted automatically. The next instant, the blade of the sword collided with the blade of the halberd. Clang! A deafening roar exploded, and the world within a 1,000-mile radius shattered instantly, torn apart by the rampaging forces into a pitch-black vacuum. The immense force traveled through the halberd into her body. Intense mental fluctuations erupted from the master of minds, and the dark vacuum behind her, already pitch-black, twisted and shattered further, turning into a state of chaos. She retreated violently, and the light covering her face could no longer be maintained, dissipating in an instant. Gao Yang rose slowly, and the immortal execution sword domain and the 4 immortal execution swords flew back, retracting into his body. He stood there holding his sword, looking at the master of minds, at her flawless, beautiful face, which now wore an expression of astonishment, and offered a kind smile. Master of minds, we meet again. The master of minds stared at Gao Yang. The moment the immortal execution sword domain opened, she had already sensed the portion of her memories that Gao Yang had once sealed. She took a deep breath, looked at Gao Yang, and said slowly, I never expected that someone who couldn't even withstand my mental projection would grow to such a degree. Is it that surprising? Gao Yang looked at her and said with a smile, if the Pantheon hadn't been so unscrupulous in their methods, perhaps I wouldn't have grown so quickly. As a token of gratitude, I will see you off. You have lived long enough to become monsters. Surely you must be tired of it by now. The Lord of Minds narrowed her eyes slightly. Her gaze fell upon the tip of the halberd as she said casually, so confident that you can kill me? Didn't the Lord of Blood also die by my hand? Gao Yang shook his head, not in a hurry to make a move. With the 9 arcane arts reaching perfection and his physical body and will fused into one, his strength had surged once more. In his perception, the Lord of Minds before him was no longer a threat. Judging from their previous collision, the Lord of Minds should have realized this as well. Yet, the fact that she had not left yet meant she definitely had a backup plan. Since she was waiting for her reinforcements, he did not mind waiting a while longer. After all, he had just broken through, and the changes in his body needed a little time to permeate through all of his various abilities. The Lord of Blood. Hey! The Lord of Mind's smile was full of disdain. An old immortal who only knew how to suck blood and cling to life is killing him something worth being proud of, perhaps. But he was still a high-ranking member of your pantheon, wasn't he? Gao Yang flicked his finger, and Yang Yao immediately emitted a sword hum with immense penetrating power. The Lord of Minds fell silent, and Gao Yang stopped speaking as well. After a moment, he looked at the Lord of Minds and said with a smile, what? Are you trying to use your rich experience of survival to wear me, the young man, to death? Or perhaps you want to change your fighting style? After speaking, his free left hand grabbed casually at the air in front of him. The surrounding space was instantly gripped in his palm. Within this space, there was also an extremely tenacious and hidden strand of mental power. As for the owner of this mental power, the answer was already obvious. The Lord of Minds took a deep breath. The next instant, she vanished from before Gao Yang. When she reappeared, she was already back inside the United Empire Palace on the Eternal Plateau. She could no longer drag out the time from their previous exchange. She was clear that she had no way to take him down on her own. Rather than continuing to waste time there and potentially being killed by him, avoiding his edge was the better choice. In a little while, the Lord of Blades and the Lord of Desire should arrive. Looking at the familiar Grand Hall, the Lord of Minds did not pause for even a fraction of a second. The war halberd in her hand slashed fiercely toward the space in front of her. The halberd blade sliced through space, and a spatial rift appeared before her. The Lord of Mines took a step forward, intending to charge into it and leave the service super plain, human calamity severance. A section of a sword blade abruptly pierced out from the void. The space and time in front of the blade quickly fell into stagnation, and the space and time that the blade slashed through began to wither rapidly. The Lord of Mines' movements froze in place. She then stumbled backward violently, staring at Gao Yang with eyes wide enough to split. She had been only a single step away from the spatial rift, but she could not advance even a fraction further. If she were to force her way in, the greatsword that had severed space and time would surely strike her down before she could even enter. Taking this opportunity, Gao Yang stepped out from the void, blocking the path between the Lord of Mines and the spatial rift she had just created. "We were having such a good chat, why leave so suddenly?" Gao Yang waved his hand, and the spatial rift behind him quickly sealed shut. The Lord of Mines paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. With this smile, the grand hall, which had been somewhat dim, seemed as if a sun had risen, suddenly becoming bright and radiant. She looked at Gao Yang, her demeanor extremely alluring. The previous location wasn't suitable for chatting, was it? A thick scent of blood radiated from Gao Yang's body. He seemed to be standing in the midst of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The blooming of his calamity aura made his presence increasingly sharp and tyrannical, much like a final villainous boss. He stood before the Lord of Mines. The size difference between the two was vast. One was 10 meters tall, while the other was only 1.9 meters. Yet, the 10-meter-tall Lord of Mines was slightly lowering her head with a face full of humiliation, while Gao Yang, at only 1.9 meters, appeared relaxed and composed. This kind of low-level charm technique has no effect, though it is quite effective for easing the atmosphere. The Lord of Mines' lips moved, and just as she was about to say something, she discovered that Gao Yang had already raised that silver-white greatsword and was slashing furiously toward her. At the critical moment, her mental power erupted fully. The heart-splitting halberd in her hand immediately slashed from bottom to top toward her opponent. Clang! A crisp metallic clash exploded. The heart-splitting halberd slammed heavily into the floor of the hall, which was 100 times harder than steel. The terrifying recoil forced the Lord of Mines to let go. If she did not let go, her arms would have been completely shattered by this strike. "Why aren't they here yet?" The Lord of Mines kept her face taut, but inside, she was so anxious she could have cursed. After knocking the heart-splitting halberd away with one strike, Gao Yang stepped forward to reach the Lord of Mines. He held the great sword high above his head, and with unparalleled pressure and surging killing intent, he slashed down at the Lord of Mines once again. Mental call. The Lord of Mines suddenly looked up and pointed at Gao Yang's heart. The next instant, pairs of eyes from Gao Yang's memories emerged in the surrounding space. The old director, Ruan Xiaoyu, Lisa. They were all looking at Gao Yang, whether with anger, despair, or disbelief. Their expressions were vivid and lifelike. This was a major move frequently used by the Lord of Mines. As long as her opponent showed even the slightest hesitation when facing these people who were intimately familiar to them, she would be able to obtain a high-quality mental thrall. But to her surprise, while these figures were absolutely the most familiar and intimate ones in Gao Yang's memories, not even a trace of hesitation appeared when Gao Yang slashed through them. Having personally slashed through the old director, Lisa, and the others, Gao Yang looked at the Lord of Mines with an expressionless face. The next instant, Yang Yao slashed down again. Human calamity severance. The solar battle chi plummeted by a notch, and the surrounding space and time fell into stagnation once more. The Lord of Mines' eyes widened abruptly, and her mental power transformed into two torrents through her eyes, blasting toward Gao Yang. Clang! The sword hummed soared to the heavens. Yang Yao slashed horizontally, and the torrent-like mental power was sliced open from the middle, failing to provide even the slightest obstruction. Puchi, with a soft sound. The Master of Mind's beautiful head was instantly severed from her body, already decapitated by Gao Yang's sword. Chapter 1084, No Path to Heaven. No door to earth for K. The beautiful head soared into the sky, yet not a single drop of blood surged from the stump. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, and then he watched as the Master of Mind's massive body melted like heated wax, instantly turning into a pool of translucent, milky liquid. Running, can you really run? Gao Yang wasn't hurried. An immensely powerful willpower bloomed from every part of his body, transforming into an invisible, vast net that spread out from him as the center, covering the entire world. After his 8-9 profound art reached completion and his physical body and willpower fused perfectly, his willpower had achieved a flawless balance with his physique. Under the enhancement of his unique specialty, my heart at ease, both his willpower and his physical strength had surpassed their original limits. Just like now, the sky above the imperial capital of the Service United Empire, thick with dark clouds, was stirred by an invisible giant hand. The heavy clouds scattered wildly in all directions. That was the manifestation of invisible willpower fluctuations in the physical world. 1,000 miles outside the Eternal Highlands, a transcendent level resistance fighter suddenly froze. Then, her entire body began to boil, and immediately after, her frame, which was less than 1.7 meters tall, began to expand rapidly, reaching a height of 10 meters in an instant. The once ordinary face had now transformed into the stunning, captivating face of a beautiful woman. It was the Master of Minds. The second after the Master of Minds converted her body through mind enslavement, she slashed her halberd forward once more. She had to escape this plane. Gao Yang was no longer someone she, or rather, an existence of her level, could deal with. The heart-splitting halberd slashed through the void, and a spatial rift appeared, but the next instant, an invisible wave of willpower swept across. The spatial rift, not yet fully formed, was erased completely right before the Master of Mind's eyes, leaving not even a trace. A chill that shot straight to her soul rose within the Master of Minds. Others might not understand the concept represented by this scene, but as a master of mental abilities and a top-tier controller of psychic power, she certainly knew what this meant. It meant that the existence releasing this psychic power had reached the pinnacle of achievement in terms of mental strength. Even with the psychic power she had accumulated for nearly 10,000 years, she did not have even a shred of a chance of winning when facing him. Without the slightest pause, the body occupied by the Master of Minds turned into a pool of wax again. The next instant, she reappeared thousands of miles away. Before she could even attempt to slash open space to escape this place, she discovered that the space here had already been covered by a familiar willpower. Under the coverage of these willpower fluctuations, while she could still slash open space, wanting to escape was nothing more than wishful thinking. Her body turned to wax, and she transferred again to the body of a peak transcendent thousands of miles away. The willpower fluctuation pressing down on her head like a mountain almost stung her soul. Gritting her teeth, the Master of Minds transferred her consciousness again. This time, she appeared directly on the body of a legendary figure tens of thousands of miles away. The next moment, a near tangible despair appeared in her eyes, because this place had also been covered by that willpower. In just a few short moments, Gao Yang's willpower had covered a range of tens of thousands of miles, and looking at this speed, it seemed the further it went, the faster it spread. Perhaps, in a few more seconds, the entire Service superplane would be brought under his control. Fight, she couldn't win. Run, she couldn't escape. In this moment, the Master of Minds finally experienced the despair of having no path to heaven and no door to earth. This time, it seemed she was truly going to die. The moment this thought surfaced, a cross-shaped spatial rift bloomed in front of her, and Gao Yang stepped out from it, sword in hand. He looked at the Master of Minds, who stood motionless in place, and said, "Why not continue trying to run? Perhaps you might have been able to escape." The Master of Minds did not reply, only staring at Gao Yang's face, saying with a calm expression, "Ever since I stepped onto this path, I knew that one day I would die, but I didn't expect that in less than 10,000 years, I would encounter an existence like you. Speaking of which, we are both players from the same version, and we both possess quite a few unique specialties. Could you tell me what kind of unique specialty you possess that allowed you to have such terrifying strength and speed of progress? Consider it satisfying a wish before my death. How about that?" After the Master of Minds finished speaking, she quite simply dissipated the psychic power on her body, which meant she had completely abandoned her defense. If Gao Yang wanted to strike now, he could kill her in an instant. Shing! A soft sound rang out. The Master of Minds looked at the silver-white greatsword that had pierced through her chest, a flash of confusion appearing in her eyes. which then turned into relief. Yes, with her beauty and her mental attainments. If she deliberately showed weakness, as long as the opponent wasn't cold-hearted, they would basically show a moment of hesitation. And once this hesitation appeared, the opponent, standing as the victor on the absolute high ground, looking down at her, the loser and prisoner, would definitely be unable to resist the desire to share that was about to burst forth from within as a victor. Villains in movies and novels who die from talking too much basically have this kind of psychology. In this way, she could delay for a little more time. But what kind of person Gao Yang was, the master of minds, having survived from this version, knew better than anyone. In essence, they were the same species, it was just that compared to Gao Yang, they were even more unscrupulous. She would never give her prey a chance to counterattack, nor would she explain to her prey the methods she used to hunt them or the psychological games involved. A dead prey was a good prey. Likewise, the man before her was the same. Her previous action of abandoning all defense had played right into his hands, so that terrifying greatsword had pierced her heart without any hesitation. Whether to ramble on like a villain or to solve the problem directly to avoid further complications for Gao Yang, this was never a choice. Yang Yao rotated slowly within the tender flesh, its terrifying true damage continuously assaulting the soul and life essence of the master of minds. He did not behead her with a single strike, for doing so would not have been enough to kill her. To slay the master of minds, one had to exhaust every ounce of her power bit by bit. Only then could she be completely eradicated. Of course, to avoid any complications that might arise from a prolonged battle, Gao Yang clenched his left hand into a fist, and a sharp sword aura bloomed from his knuckles. Gao Yang threw a punch, shattering the chest of the master of minds, then spread his fingers wide before suddenly clenching them shut. The mangled flesh, meridians, and even the intangible mental energy were torn along with his movements. The master of minds could not help but reveal a trace of agony on her beautiful face, letting out a shrill, miserable shriek. What Gao Yang had grasped was not merely her body, her soul, her energy, and even her life essence were now firmly held within his palm. This sense of helplessness, where one's very existence was completely controlled by the enemy, caused the terror in the heart of the master of minds to become uncontrollable. Gao Yang held the master of minds in his grip, cutting off any possibility of her teleporting away. Then, he withdrew Yang Yao from her chest, unleashing a burst of solar battle chi. While his crimson disaster aura erupted in synchronization, the originally bright sky instantly turned blood red. Yang Yao transformed into a dark crimson hue, with white gold spiderweb patterns climbing across the surface of the blade, as boundless killing intent continuously bombarded the consciousness of the master of minds. Looking at the dark red greatsword raised high by Gao Yang and feeling that will which severed all things, the master of minds suddenly understood why the blood master, who possessed such formidable survival capabilities, had died so cleanly and decisively at Gao Yang's hands, under a swordsmanship that could sever everything. No amount of clones or resurrection methods would be of any use. Human calamity, absolute death. Gao Yang stared at the master of minds. Yang Yao stirred up a boundless killing intent like a raging tide, and he brought it crashing down. Clang. A sword hum pierced the heavens. An extremely sharp blade light tore through the void, rushing from the horizon to the space above Gao Yang's head in the blink of an eye. A pitch-black spatial rift spread from the horizon to the space above him simultaneously. Judging by this, it was clearly a tactic to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao, using the master of minds as bait. Of course, it was also possible that they were playing the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, as no one would mind acquiring a few more unique specialties. In any case, this attack appeared at a most opportune moment. If it were anyone else, they would surely feel apprehensive, as the aura of destruction contained within the strike was far too potent. Undoubtedly, if one were to be hit by this, there would be a genuine risk of death and total annihilation. A glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the master of minds. She had finally managed to stall until the arrival of the Blade Master and the Desire Master. Although only the Blade Master had launched the attack, the fact that he had arrived meant the Desire Master must be here as well, and perhaps the other party's methods had already been quietly deployed. Watching the master of minds, whose subordinates were once again brimming with thoughts of resistance, the corners of Gao Yang's mouth curled slightly. Then, to the confusion of the Master of Minds, he did not even look at the attack crashing down from above. Yang Yao hummed softly, and the crimson blade slashed from her right shoulder down to her hip and leg. At the same time he delivered this strike, the sneak attack from the Blade Master landed on his head. Destructive power accompanied by extreme sharpness erupted, and the black blade light completely engulfed Gao Yang's head. At the base of the Master of Mind's pupils, a clear, visible slash mark emerged, splitting her eyes in two. She could not fathom why Gao Yang would dare to risk a sneak attack from others just to kill her with a single sword strike. Was he truly so confident that he could survive a sneak attack of this caliber? Whether Gao Yang could survive was no longer important. What mattered was that she was truly going to die. The Master of Minds felt her soul, life essence, and destiny weight crumbling away. Her lips twitched with difficulty, and then her body suddenly turned into fly ash, vanishing without a trace. A cold snort exploded from the center of the blade light storm. A brilliant radiance of will erupted, instantly shattering the storm of blades. Gao Yang took a step forward, and in the next instant, he appeared high in the sky. Before him stood a normal human male, less than 2 meters tall, holding an unremarkable black blade in his hand. Gao Yang's expression was indifferent as he raised Yang Yao high. The Blade Master watched Gao Yang's movements, stunned for a moment, before his mouth split open to reveal a mouthful of sharp, saw-like shark teeth. The black blade in his hand slashed horizontally with force. Gao Yang lowered his gaze, and Yang Yao slashed down instantly. As the crimson greatsword descended, the Blade Master's eyes, which had previously held a hint of anger, suddenly widened. His frantically beating heart skipped a beat, and the black blade he had swung horizontally instinctively flipped, turning from a strike into a block. Clang! The space within a 1,000-mile radius shattered like glass struck by a heavy blow, instantly breaking into fragments of space no larger than a fist. The moment the condensed, unstoppable strike hit the black blade, a thick mist of blood sprayed from every part of the Blade Master's body. His shark-like teeth gnashed with a clicking sound. His legs went limp uncontrollably, and he fell to one knee before Gao Yang. The Blade Master looked up, his bulging eyeballs filled with horror. He looked at the man standing before him. The other party looked down at him as if he were an ant without intelligence. Those azure gold pupils held no emotional fluctuation, and a phantom mountain of corpses and sea of blood surged behind him. How could he be this strong? The Blade Master's pupils trembled, and the arm holding the black blade was nearly numb before he could recover. The man in front of him had already raised his sword to strike again. Having experienced Gao Yang's unreasonable sword strikes, the Blade Master immediately wanted to dodge. But as soon as this thought surfaced, the surrounding space, which had become as hard as a steel plate, made his face contort. It was not that he could not break through such solid space. The point was that, facing Gao Yang's strike, he did not even have a spare second. He raised his black blade, blocking it in front of him like a shield once more. The Blade Master let out a wild, beast-like howl, placing both hands on the black blade and pushing toward Gao Yang. Clang! Another explosive sound of metal clashing rang out, followed by an unbearable cracking sound. The Blade Master knelt on both knees, his hands holding the black blade that had already been severed in two, his eyes dull and vacant. Before he could recover his senses, a fierce slash whistled down once more. Human calamity, absolute severance. Time and space froze instantly. Yang Yao crushed the surrounding space, slicing in from the Blade Master's crown and exiting through his crotch. The Blade Master's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He hadn't even unleashed half of his strength before being instantly killed by Gao Yang's unreasonable 3 strikes. As a battle maniac who had fought his entire life, he could not accept such a thing. Desire Master, you deserve to die. The Blade Master's unwilling roar exploded in this place. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, his perception spreading out instantly. The next moment, he sensed a trace of extremely subtle fluctuation. If he had not undergone his recent transformation, he would never have been able to detect such a fluctuation, which was perfectly integrated with the heavens and earth. A flash of sword light vanished in an instant. The next moment, Gao Yang appeared in the pitch black, boundless void of the astral realm. He splayed his 5 fingers wide, his majestic willpower blooming and transforming into a boundless giant hand, reaching out toward the astral void before him. As the giant hand reached out, Several planets of varying sizes and a large number of meteorites closest to Gao Yang began to tremble instantly. Even various rays of light were drawn by his invisible willpower. Converging toward the center of his palm, the stars shook. Meteorites streaked across the void, and even the pitch-black astral void revealed traces of brilliant, faint light. These faint lights formed a palm several times larger than an average star, which was now slowly closing. 7-colored light bloomed resoundingly within this sky-covering giant hand, shattering all the meteorites and light rays that were streaking toward it from the surroundings, while simultaneously pushing forward toward the extreme distance. Gao Yang clenched his 5 fingers, grasping that streak of 7-colored light in his palm. In an instant, several planets collided with each other. Endless meteorites aggregated and shattered in his palm, and a large amount of light collided and merged, blooming into scorching energy. Gao Yang rubbed his 5 fingers together, and wisps of residue slowly leaked out from between his fingers. Chapter 1085. My heart is the heart of heaven for K-Trash, trash, trash. In the dark and boundless astral void, the Desire Master's face was twisted with rage, his heart cursing the Blade Master, who was now dead beyond any hope of return, for the Blade Master's base behavior of not wanting others to fare well just because he himself was not doing well. The Desire Master wished he could hack him into 1,000 pieces. But before hacking the Blade Master into 1,000 pieces, the first thing to do was to shake off the man behind him who had killed the Blade Master in 3 strikes. The Desire Master had considered himself extremely cautious. He hadn't even entered service, merely sending out a projection of desire to coordinate with the Blade Master's actions. Who would have thought that this very habit of caution was what allowed the Desire Master to escape the initial death trap, while also showing him what it meant to be crushed? What level of existence was the Blade Master? It is no exaggeration to say that within the entire pantheon, his frontal combat ability was second only to the God Master and the Demon Venerable. According to the public information known to the Desire Master, there were 3 powerful divine-level deities who had died under the Blade Master's blade in frontal combat. The Blade Master had comprehended the law of destruction, which was perfectly compatible with the path of extreme weapons he had created himself. With the 2 superimposed, the combat power and lethality the Blade Master could erupt with far exceeded that of ordinary people. It was precisely because of this that the Blade Master could become one of the 5 lords of the pantheon. However, such an incredibly powerful person had died so easily at the hands of the person they had designated as their prey this time. And it was that kind of cheap, casual death by 3 sword strikes. The Desire Master had thought that the Blade Master might die, but he had imagined that given the Blade Master's strength, his death should have occurred in a lonely and chaotic astral void, with countless shattered planets and planes as a backdrop, against a main god of a great divine pantheon. And only after a bitter battle would he finally be defeated and killed. Not like this, being easily and frontally annihilated by someone in 3 strikes in a humiliating manner. This way of dying was too sloppy and humiliating. It did not befit the Blade Master's status. Likewise, it did not fit the Desire Master's own expectations for death. Looking at the sword-wielding figure that had suddenly appeared before him, the Desire Master's face twisted, revealing an expression of endless fury. Although the emotion of rage dominated everything about him, the true spirit of the Desire Master, hidden beneath all these emotions, knew very well that he was going to die. The Blade Master, whose frontal combat ability was far above his own, had been killed by this person in 3 strikes. The fact that he was now being closed in on by the opponents said everything. Gao Yang stood in front of the Desire Master, sword in hand, and slashed down mercilessly with his greatsword. The Desire Master's eyes were about to split, and the fire of emotion, more violent than magma, ignited instantly. In just a split second, this astral void was filled with this blaze of emotion, and several planets were constantly churning and melting in the sea of fire. The greatsword slashed into the sea of fire. The Desire Master let out a low roar, widening the distance between himself and Gao Yang, traversing the astral void and fleeing from Gao Yang at high speed. The twisted rage on his face had now vanished without a trace, replaced by an irrepressible look of joy, because he discovered that the power of Gao Yang's previous slash had not reached the level of killing him instantly, although it had caused him no small amount of injury. This level of injury was completely within his tolerance. It seemed that in the process of successively killing the Mind Master and the Blade Master, he was not as relaxed and casual as he appeared on the surface. That's it. It must be like this. In the process of killing the Mind Master earlier, he was hit head-on by the Blade Master. I can escape. I can survive. As long as I can return to the Pantheon. Then whether it is the Demon Venerable or the God Master, they will be able to kill him easily. Under the influence of this joyful emotion, the Desire Master fled at a speed that was nearly teleportation. Gao Yang's willpower locked onto the Desire Master, letting the other party speed away without rushing to pursue. After a few seconds, the Desire Master had already streaked into the depths of the void. Only then did Gao Yang tear the void before him with a single sword strike. Step into it. Appear not far behind the Desire Master, and slash out with another sword. The Desire Master roared, and clashed head-on with Gao Yang again, and a deep, bone-visible slash suddenly appeared on his back, borrowing this force. The Desire Master once again widened the distance from Gao Yang, his face switching back to a look of joy. Watching the Desire Master flee once more, Gao Yang stepped forward to pursue, and so, the two of them, one fleeing and one pursuing, burst from the void of the astral realm into the realm itself. Under the gaze of countless trembling astral creatures, they rampaged without restraint, traversing the astral realm again and again. Within the silver astral realm, the Desire Lord's pupils trembled incessantly, yet his face still wore a smile of irrepressible joy. Sustained by this surge of euphoria, despite being exhausted and in agony, his speed did not falter in the slightest doubt behind him. Gao Yang followed at a distance, sword in hand, catching up to the Desire Lord every so often to unleash a strike. The chase between the two had lasted for nearly half a day. By now, the Desire Lord understood perfectly well that it was not because Gao Yang's strength had diminished due to his injuries that he couldn't be killed. The opponent possessed the absolute power to kill him, yet chose not to. Instead, he was herding him like a flock of sheep. His true goal was not the Desire Lord himself, but the lair of the Pantheon. Gao Yang intended to head to the Pantheon's lair and annihilate the entire organization in one fell swoop. It was precisely because of this that he had been allowed to live until now. After figuring out Gao Yang's intentions, the Desire Lord actually wanted to say that there was no need to hurt him like this. He could have led Gao Yang directly to the Pantheon's lair himself. As for betraying the Pantheon, for the Desire Lord, or indeed any member of the organization, there was not a shred of guilt to be found. Isn't an organization meant to be betrayed and used as a scapegoat? If the organization couldn't even serve as a scapegoat for him, and wasn't even worth betraying, then what was the point of joining it in the first place? Another sword strike descended. The Desire Lord blocked it with great difficulty, gaining yet another deep, bone-reaching gash on his body. The more this happened, the more brilliant and sincere the smile on his face became, and the faster his speed grew. After chasing for a little while longer, the Desire Lord suddenly reached out and tore the astral realm before him to shreds. Charging out of the realm through the fragmentation, Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and followed closely behind, exiting the astral realm. The moment the Desire Lord rushed out of the astral realm and returned to the void, his will fluctuated and spread outward. Demon Lord, save me. God Lord, save me. The call of his will swept across the void in a split second, spreading continuously toward the depths of the void. Gao Yang stepped out of the astral realm and sensed the Desire Lord's actions. With a shift of his thoughts, his own will erupted and expanded. In an instant, his brilliant will swept across the void, surpassing the Desire Lord's fluctuations and spreading relentlessly into the depths of the void. Wherever his will passed, all manner of information appeared within Gao Yang's perception. Everything that had transpired here, both in the past and the present, surfaced in his mind. In this moment, Gao Yang had achieved a state of unity of heaven and man with this hidden crystal wall system. Every detail of everything within the range of his will appeared clearly in his heart. The location of the Pantheon, the 5 lords of the 5 directions, the 10 subordinate gods, the 1,000 attendant gods, the 10,000 divine servants, the bishops, the executioners, the followers, the initiates. All this information was known to Gao Yang in an instant. Amidst this torrential flood of information, Gao Yang's eyes remained clear and sharp, sifting through the layers to search for information regarding the God Lord and the Demon Lord. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In just 3 short seconds, Gao Yang had already sorted and analyzed all the past information regarding the Pantheon, finding fragments of information about the Pantheon's dual masters, the God Lord and the Demon Lord. The God Lord was the founder of the Pantheon, and the foundation of the organization was the unique specialization of plunder passed down from him. The Demon Lord was the second person to join after the Pantheon was established. It was from the Demon Lord that all members of the Pantheon had obtained the method to invade the Absol trials of others. Only through the combination of the two was this massive organization officially established. As for the strength of the God Lord and the Demon Lord, Gao Yang had not detected even the slightest trace. The reason for this was simple. Never mind the God Lord and the Demon Lord, even Gao Yang, with a single thought, could traverse the entire crystal wall system, travel through the multiverse at will, and conceal all information about himself. As long as he did not wish to be found, no one could uncover a single clue about him. As the founders and strongest members of the Pantheon, the God Lord and the Demon Lord were undoubtedly immensely powerful, and concealing their own information would be effortless for them. In fact, had it not been for the Desire Lord's cry, Gao Yang estimated that he would not have been able to detect even a hint of the God Lord and the Demon Lord within these few short seconds. However, the moment the Desire Lord called out their names, Gao Yang captured the various traces of information they had left behind in this hidden crystal wall system. Just as Gao Yang was experiencing the sensation of controlling the macro-universe through his unity of heaven and man with the crystal wall system, his will was suddenly struck by an incredibly overbearing force. Gao Yang's will, which had been spread out like a tide, instantly retracted. In that moment, he seemed to see a towering figure standing at the origin of this crystal wall system, hands behind his back, his black hair dancing wildly. The moment he sensed that towering figure, Gao Yang realized instantly that this was the Demon Lord the Desire Lord had spoken of. The instant he sensed the other party, the figure also turned his head to look at him, sensing his presence, and then revealed a wild and tyrannical smile. The Demon Lord had discovered him. Gao Yang closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he had already arrived before the Desire Lord. The Yang sword descended, radiating boundless killing intent. 7-colored light erupted from the Desire Lord's body, churning the void of the astral realm into a massive hand that blotted out the stars, smashing toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang did not even lift an eyelid. Yang Yao sliced through the incoming 7-colored hand and struck the Desire Lord's body without losing any momentum. The expression on the Desire Lord's face changed rapidly. Joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, greed, hatred, and obsession flickered thousands of times in a single instant. Finally, a look of extreme bitterness and sorrow appeared on his face. His eyelids drooped. The corners of his mouth turned down. His brows were tightly locked, and his skin hung limply from his cheekbones. A profound sense of grief was expressed on that face. In the end, I still have to die. I said this kind of thing wouldn't last long. It's only been a few tens of thousands of years. And now we're all going to be wiped out in one go. The Desire Lord's final fluctuation of will dissipated, and then everything about him began to vanish rapidly. The very foundation of his existence had been completely erased by that single strike, killing my people right in front of me. A deep, domineering voice drifted through the void of the astral realm, and a hulking figure appeared silently not far in front of Gao Yang. His arrival caused the astral void, which had previously been stirred into a raging sea, to instantly stagnate. Then, everything in the surroundings seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand, and all returned to calm. After slaying the Lord of Desire with a single sword strike, Gao Yang slowly turned around, looked at the hulking man who had appeared, and spoke slowly. Killed is killed. He should have died a long time ago anyway. Although what you say is a fact, the Demon Venerable said, his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced at the spot where the Lord of Desire had died, sighed, and continued. He was, after all, a member of my Pantheon. To be killed just like that by a greenhorn like you is truly hard to justify. His skills were inferior. White gold solar battle aura emanated from Gao Yang's body, and a brilliant blue gold light shone from his pupils. He looked at the Demon Venerable before him and asked, "Where is the God Lord?" "Him? I don't know. The Pantheon isn't something he cherishes. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him in nearly 10,000 years. Perhaps he has already died in some unknown corner." After the demon venerable finished speaking, a majestic throne, roughly 100 meters tall and formed entirely of starlight, appeared behind him. He sat upon it. His 2-meter tall, hulking frame looked perfectly harmonious on the 100-meter tall throne, as if the throne had been born solely to carry his imposing figure. Once seated, the demon venerable rested his chin on his right hand, looked at Gao Yang with a casual posture, and said lightly, "Perhaps the God Lord will appear after you kill me, or I can give you another chance to join the Pantheon." A personal invitation from the demon venerable. This is a unique opportunity that hasn't appeared in millions of years. Gao Yang stood before the majestic throne, his gaze calm. There is no need for that. Something like the Pantheon has no reason to exist, so it is better to destroy it completely. It has been a long time since I last heard such words. The demon venerable did not stand up. He raised his free left hand and flicked his finger toward Gao Yang. Crack, crack, crack. A purely violent pressure, shaped like a finger, struck head-on. The astral void emitted dense groans, and wherever the finger force passed, everything turned into chaotic nothingness. Gao Yang faced this violent, pure finger force head-on and raised his hand to strike out with a fist. With a loud bang, chaotic nothingness exploded between Gao Yang and the demon venerable, spreading like a raging sea toward the depths of the astral void. Everything in its path was swallowed and annihilated by the chaos. How truly cruel. Just this single collision alone has destroyed 7 planes at your hands. As the demon venerable spoke, images appeared before Gao Yang. They were the planes that had been shattered instantly by the aftermath of their power. Where the heavens were collapsing, the earth was splitting, and the living were suffering. Responding to the demon venerable was a silver-white greatsword that shattered the chaos. The illusions shattered. The demon venerable stood up from his throne, bent his arm to gather strength, and then threw a punch. The blade collided with the fist. The chaotic void suddenly stagnated, and the operation of the entire crystal wall system seemed to halt at this moment. The space-time where the two stood was completely twisted. With just one collision, the two had shattered the astral void and entered the astral realm itself. Chapter 1086. That day, fear will be forever etched in the memories of astral beings for K. In the silver-white astral realm, Gao Yang and the demon venerable stood facing each other. The gold-red disaster aura and the demon venerable's wild, dark, and domineering aura collided with a roar. The gold-red disaster aura, centered on Gao Yang, spread in a semicircle toward the astral realm behind him, wherever it passed. The silver-white astral realm was thoroughly dyed in a gold-red color, saturated with blood. All beings enveloped by the disaster aura knelt on the spot, trembling uncontrollably. Clang! The sword hum of eternal radiance bloomed, its sound traveling across billions of miles of the astral realm. Countless phantoms of wronged souls instantly filled the disaster aura, letting out roars and wails of unwillingness. The piercing, resentful sound waves caused the will of any astral creature whose life level had not reached the legendary rank to collapse on the spot. In contrast, the demon venerable's dark, domineering aura infected the vast astral realm behind him like a ghost domain. Streams of black energy darted about. Every astral creature they touched was drained of everything within a very short time, merging into the black energy and crashing into the demon venerable's body from behind. In just a few short breaths, a massive amount of white bones floated within this domain. The demon venerable stood before his majestic throne, his wild hair flying. His 2-meter-plus hulking frame seemed to contain explosive power. With every move he made, even the astral realm would tremble. Gao Yang stood less than 100 meters from the demon venerable, looking at this wild, domineering, and cruel demon venerable before him. His heart felt no ripples or waves. He merely tightened his grip on eternal radiance. In their previous brief exchange, Gao Yang had already realized that there was no absolute gap in rank between himself and the demon venerable now. In other words, he now possessed the qualifications to fight the demon venerable head-on. Understanding this was enough for Gao Yang. Gao Yang and the demon venerable locked eyes. The gold-red disaster aura and the dark, domineering pressure constantly clashed and annihilated each other between them. The moment a circle of energy fluctuations exploded from between them, both vanished from their spots instantly. Disaster, super heavy slash, demon king fist. The greatsword and the fist collided. Two completely different but equally terrifying auras clashed and eroded each other frantically. and power surged accordingly. The demon venerable's fist was knocked high, and his body retreated uncontrollably with large strides. His pitch-black eyes looked at Gao Yang, flashing with a hint of surprise. The opponent's strike contained an irresistible sense of dominance, a feeling that actually surpassed his Demon King fist. It was precisely because he knew what that unstoppable, domineering strike represented that the Demon Venerable allowed his arm to be knocked back. Having forced the Demon Venerable back with a single sword strike, the disaster aura surged violently, pressing toward the Demon Venerable with the force of a landslide. At the same time, Gao Yang took a step forward, his immensely powerful body shattering the Demon Venerable's aura as he rushed before him, raising his greatsword high, which shimmered with a cold light more violent and desperate than the falling of stars. The Demon Lord's long black hair danced wildly in a frenzy. His raised arm dissipated in an instant, only for a brand new arm to condense in the blink of an eye. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and like a heavy hammer striking a war drum, it slammed into Gao Yang's chest in a split second. That speed was even faster and more agile than Gao Yang's own slashes. The fist, composed of flesh and blood, struck solidly into the center of Gao Yang's chest. His tempered and refined body disintegrated instantly under this punch, exploding into thousands of streams of bloody light. With just one strike, the Demon Lord had directly and thoroughly shattered Gao Yang's body. Clang! Yang Yao slashed down in fury. The Demon Lord let out a low shout, reaching out a fist from thin air to slam against the blade. This punch blocked Yang Yao for a fleeting moment. In that instant, the Demon Lord stepped back with ease, once again evading the descending sword edge. Opposite him, brilliant rays of willpower erupted simultaneously from the thousands of streams of flesh and blood. Then, as if time were flowing backward, these streams instantly re-aggregated, reforming into Gao Yang's body. Radiant light of willpower burst forth from every inch of his flesh. Gao Yang gripped the sword hilt once more, his solar battle chi burning fiercely. As if it were not he who had just had his body blown apart, the Demon Lord raised an eyebrow, looked at the Gao Yang opposite him, and grinned. I have a premonition that the battle between you and me will be the most satisfying one I have ever experienced in my life. As his voice fell, he suddenly raised his head and let out a long howl. The astral realm trembled incessantly under his roar, and streams of silvery light were swallowed into his mouth. That was the most primordial energy of the astral realm, and boundless might erupted from his body. Clang! A sword hum pierced the sky. Gao Yang naturally would not watch idly as the Demon Lord gathered such momentum. In an instant, he flashed before the Demon Lord, and Yang Yao descended with peerless, crushing force. The Demon Lord spread his arms wide, his black hair dancing wildly, yet he continued to wantonly devour the astral energy. He allowed the great sword in Gao Yang's hand to fall, making not the slightest attempt to resist. Gao Yang's eyes flashed, various thoughts racing through his mind. In a split second, the speed of Yang Yao's descent surged once more, and ripples of sword intent radiated from the blade. Human calamity, world-severing. As the blade struck the Demon Lord's body, a massive, blood-red maw suddenly protruded from his chest. A full set of flat teeth bit down fiercely onto Yang Yao's blade, and a powerful, absolute binding force locked the sword in place instantly. The next moment, the flat teeth ground together, and a tremendous pulling force emanated from the giant mouth. It appeared as though it intended to swallow Yang Yao entirely. Seeing this, Gao Yang loosened his grip, allowing the giant mouth to consume Yang Yao. This scene left the Demon Lord somewhat puzzled. He naturally understood that most of Gao Yang's combat power relied on this sword. By voluntarily giving up control of the weapon at this moment, was he not abandoning a major advantage in the fight? Whatever his intentions, I shall break them with a single punch. The moment this thought surfaced, it was thoroughly swept away by the Demon Lord's overbearing fist intent. He suddenly clenched his wide-open hands into fists. The instant he clenched his fists, astonishing energy fluctuations erupted from the Demon Lord's body. His stature grew infinitely at this moment. His willpower became infinitely brilliant, and his eyes bloomed with boundless light like eternally burning stars. In this instant, the Demon Lord was the supreme existence reigning over the astral realm. The Demon Lord smashed his fist down. Scorching light covered his knuckles, like a burning star falling from the heavens, and a tragic, fierce aura rushed toward his opponent. The silvery astral realm exploded with a sound like the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, accompanied by the scorching light erupting from his fist. The silvery astral realm began to tremble in all directions. Numerous astral creatures that had begun to flee the moment Gao Yang and the demon lord appeared were wiped out by the scorching light without a sound. Gao Yang looked up at the descending fist, clenched his right hand, and stomped his foot. In an instant, his body began to swell, and sharp sword intent rose from his frame. His right hand clenched into a fist, and his brilliant willpower transformed into an invisible sword, which he gripped and swung toward the descending fist above. The billions of miles of the astral realm trembled violently. Irregular spatial rifts tore through the realm, and for a time, countless astral creatures were swallowed by the spatial fissures. At the center of the violent power fluctuations, two gargantuan figures, whose ends could not be seen, stood in confrontation, trading punch after punch without reservation. Boom, 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 boom. A continuous, thunderous roar exploded incessantly throughout the astral realm. Energy tides mixed with power fluctuations spread toward the far reaches of the realm like a tsunami. Originally, the battle between Gao Yang and the demon lord had been confined to that hidden crystal wall system. But now, countless powerful existences were alarmed by the aftermath of this battle, which was sweeping across the multiverse. In the silvery astral realm, distant yet brilliant starlight began to ignite. Large swaths of starlight were extinguished by the aftermath of the battle. Only a very small portion remained. Those that survived were, at the very least, existences on the level of greater deities. Yet, even these greater deity-level existences swayed like candles in the wind amidst the aftermath of Gao Yang and the demon lord's battle. With the constant possibility of being extinguished at any moment, the battle continued, and Gao Yang and the demon lord had long since lost count of how many punches they had exchanged. The more they fought, the more astonished the demon lord became, for he could clearly feel that in such a battle, Gao Yang's body was becoming increasingly resilient, and the frequency with which he could shatter it was beginning to decrease. At the same time, when Gao Yang's fist slammed into his body, the feedback of damage he received was becoming heavier. Although it had not yet reached the point of truly wounding him, this was, in any case, not good news, because this meant that Gao Yang was constantly adapting and growing throughout this process. In truth, Gao Yang was not growing, he was adapting to the rapid, leap-like improvements brought about by his recent breakthrough. Not long ago, his 8-9 profound art had reached complete mastery. His body and willpower had experienced explosive growth and improvement in an extremely short period. This improvement was so terrifying that in his battles against the Blade Master, the Desire Master, and others, Gao Yang had been unable to feel the slightest pressure. Without pressure, he naturally could not rapidly adapt to his own improvements. But now it is different. The Demon Lord's strength is in no way inferior to Gao Yang's. In fact, he is even stronger than Gao Yang at his current stage. In other words, every exchange with the Demon Lord is a process for Gao Yang to realize his own evolution. At this moment, Gao Yang is like a steel ingot heated to its limit. Every punch and kick from the Demon Lord acts like a massive hammer, relentlessly pounding him, driving out all the useless impurities within his body and leaving behind only the highly concentrated essence. Just like before, the Demon Lord could shatter Gao Yang's body completely with a single punch, but now, it often takes several strikes to merely break a portion of his physique. For the current Gao Yang, such injuries do not even count as minor wounds. The moment his flesh is blasted apart, it recoils and surges back, reconstructing his original physique. It is even tougher and stronger than it was before. Furthermore, throughout the battle with the Demon Lord, the notifications from the comprehensive network have never ceased. Gao Yang has no time to check these prompts, but in this process of being constantly blasted apart and hovering on the brink of death, he is adapting to his current body and his various enhanced abilities at a rocket-like speed. Rumble. The Demon Lord grabs and clenches his large hand, gathering streams of starlight like astral energy into his palm. He grips his fist and throws a punch. In the next instant, his fist breaks through all limitations, smashing straight into Gao Yang's head. The space behind Gao Yang fluctuates violently, forming a massive, endless fist imprint. Wherever the imprint passes, the starlight dims completely. Gao Yang tilts his head and strikes back with a punch to the Demon Lord's chest. The Demon Lord's punch did not shatter his head. At the same time, Gao Yang can feel that the toughness of his body has reached the absolute limit of what is currently possible, and able to advance even an inch further. Correspondingly, his willpower has also condensed to the limit he can currently attain. Even his speed of thought, reaction time, and sensory intensity have all reached his current personal limits as his body and willpower hit their peaks. The Demon Lord takes Gao Yang's punch head-on without retreating half a step. Instead, he suddenly opens his large hand, grabs Gao Yang's head, and unleashes a continuous stream of attacks from his palm. In an instant, hundreds of high-frequency attacks strike Gao Yang's crown, causing his skull to shatter uncontrollably. Gao Yang is completely unfazed. The fist he slammed into the Demon Lord's chest instantly transforms into a sword finger. Sharp sword chi erupts from his fingertips, and in a flash, a pitch-black sword beam pierces through the Demon Lord's chest, exiting from his back. A fierce glint flashes in the Demon Lord's eyes as he suddenly clenches his 5 fingers. Crack! Gao Yang's head is instantly crushed. At the same time, Gao Yang swings his arm with force, his sword finger slicing through the Demon Lord's chest and abdomen, cutting him wide open. If not for the fact that his shoulders and above are still connected, he would have been completely cleaved into by that single strike. The shockwaves of power sweep across the astral realm, and the lingering sword intent even pierces through the astral realm, stabbing into an unknown, distant corner of the cosmos. The flesh and bone at Gao Yang's head rapidly coalesce, and the Demon Lord's severed body heals in an instant. The battle between the two continues. The astonishing shockwaves of their combat sweep through the astral realm like the most violent astral storms, devouring life. But for the two of them, a battle of this level does not even count as a true life or death struggle. Amidst the intense energy fluctuations, Gao Yang clenches one hand, and the sound of a sword ringing erupts from within the Demon Lord's body. The Demon Lord's expression changes. A giant mori appears on his chest, and the moment it emerges, the sword Yang Yao thrusts out from the maw, returning to Gao Yang's control. The Demon Lord reaches out to brush off non-existent dust from his chest. Looking at Gao Yang, black light condenses on his bare knuckles, forming a pair of ferocious brass knuckles. Come, continue. Before the Demon Lord's voice even fades, a streak of sword chi tears through the void and slashes toward him. The Demon Lord clenches his fists, and a burst of black light erupts from the brass knuckles. 4 ferocious claws extend from the knuckles' edges. He throws a punch, the claw light tearing through the void and colliding with the great sword swung by Gao Yang. Clang! Amidst the clashing sound of metal, the surrounding astral void shatters even further. The Demon Lord smashes through the void and throws a punch at Gao Yang's head. Hiss! Hiss! Gao Yang looks up at the Demon Lord, and golden great swords erupt from around him. The sharp sword chi surges violently. The Demon Lord leaps backward, dragging behind him a trail of black afterimages. Human calamity, heart piercer. Countless golden great swords pierce through the Demon Lord's afterimages, followed by an explosion of willpower that tears the shadows to shreds. The Demon Lord's retreating body suddenly stalls, and countless dense sword wounds appear on his burly frame. The previous attack had actually bypassed the afterimages and landed directly on his body. Chapter 1087, Battle Between Greats. The sword wounds on the Demon Lord's body heal rapidly. He looks at Gao Yang and says with a mix of surprise and inevitability, "I didn't expect you to be involved with destiny as well." Gao Yang does not speak, but he knows clearly in his heart that the destiny the Demon Lord speaks of is not the predetermined life trajectory of ordinary beings in the usual sense, but rather the weight a life carries within the long river of time that is destiny weight. When he first encountered destiny weight, Gao Yang did not know what it truly meant. But when he encountered it for the second time, his broadened horizons allowed him to understand just how much influence destiny weight has on a life. It grants a life the right to actively interfere with their own destiny and the destiny of others. Possessing it means, to a certain extent, truly grasping one's own fate. Even if the multiverse were to be destroyed, those existences who have mastered destiny weight and grasped their own fate have ways to avoid the root-level destruction brought about by the collapse of the multiverse. In terms familiar to the Chinese, it is to leap outside the 3 realms and not be within the 5 elements. In short, a plane's protagonist does not necessarily possess destiny weight, But those who possess destiny weight are definitely the protagonists of their planes. Possessing destiny weight allows one to leap from an ordinary existence to become a child of luck. Of course, destiny weight is not something common. It is not something just anyone can come into contact with, let alone bear. If one lacks sufficient strength, willpower, or the depth of destiny, even if they were to obtain a sliver of destiny weight, they would be unable to bear it. Their original destiny would be crushed, leading to a series of misfortunes and ultimately death. The Demon Lord was the first entity Gao Yang had encountered who also possessed destiny weight, and the man had insisted that Gao Yang had obtained it as well. Seeing Gao Yang remain silent, the Demon Lord's eyes suddenly turned fervent. He looked at Gao Yang and continued, "That makes sense. If you didn't have destiny weight, it would be difficult for you to have reached this point today. To think, my luck is actually quite good." Black energy diffused. The Demon Lord did not continue to enlighten Gao Yang. He flashed forward and arrived right in front of him. A biting gale rushed toward them, blowing Gao Yang's long black hair straight back. Watching the knuckle duster claws slamming toward him, Gao Yang raised his sword to parry. Puchi, a spike composed entirely of energy bypassed Yang Yao and suddenly pierced through Gao Yang's abdomen, the pain reaching deep into his soul, causing his brows to knit together involuntarily. The attack he had just received was completely different from the previous ones. The pain that touched his soul directly threatening to pierce through his destiny, his existence, and everything else made Gao Yang realize that this strike from the Demon Lord also involved destiny weight. It could be said that from this moment on, the battle between the two had officially begun, because from now on, they were not just competing in terms of attributes, abilities, and techniques, but in the most fundamental aspects, destiny weight, and the depth of their own life essence. If it could be said that before this, the two were each driving a tank and ramming into one another where such actions might cause damage to the vehicles but could not harm the people inside, then now, they had crawled out of their tanks, stripped off all their equipment, and were engaged in close quarters combat, wearing nothing but their undergarments and wielding tactical combat knives. The slightest carelessness would result in an instant kill. It was also this strike that caused Gao Yang's health, which had remained at 100% even when his body was previously smashed to pieces, to suddenly drop by a small margin, approximately 17%. In other words, he could withstand at most 5 more attacks of this caliber. If the 6th one hit, he would surely die. Gao Yang took a deep breath of the astral realm's air. The taste of the astral air was not pleasant. For the vast majority of mortal beings, it was no different from poison. But for him, as a human, this action held significant meaning. Through this single deep breath, he had prepared himself to die in battle here. Yang Yao slashed forward, a brilliant radiance of willpower coating the blade. The edge collided with the claws, and the Demon Lord's body was forced back a large step. Unable to control his momentum, a series of explosive roars, each louder than the last, erupted behind him, spreading deep into the reaches of the astral realm where perception could not touch. The Demon Lord threw a punch to dissipate the force, the friction between the blade and the claws creating a trail of sparks. Immediately after, he lunged forward again, his claws aiming straight for Gao Yang's chest. Gao Yang did not dodge or evade. He flipped Yang Yao and delivered another powerful slash. Clang! The sword's cry soared into the sky. The meter-long Yang Yao suddenly expanded 10,000 times, transforming into a giant sword that spanned the astral realm, slashing toward the Demon Lord in an instant. This abrupt scene caught the Demon Lord off guard. As the blade, vast as the firmament, descended, the Demon Lord crossed his arms, his knuckle duster claws held before him to block the crashing giant sword. Puchi, sword chi erupted. A slash mark spanning his entire torso suddenly burst open on the Demon Lord's chest, and blood sprayed out. The Demon Lord's black hair danced wildly. He exerted force through his arms, causing Yang Yao to slide off to the side. He then lunged in front of Gao Yang and tore his crossed hands outward with force. 8 intersecting claw marks wove together like a net, encompassing Gao Yang's entire body. If this strike landed, the power attached to the claw blades might shatter everything about him in an instant. A flash of sword light appeared. Gao Yang passed through the web of blades and appeared behind the Demon Lord in an instant. Yang Yao, having returned to its original size, slashed down toward the demon lord's neck with a ferocity that could sever everything. As the blade fell, the demon lord transformed into black smoke and vanished, reappearing behind Gao Yang the next instant, his knuckle-duster claws stabbing toward his back without mercy. Before the claws could touch his body, Gao Yang had already vanished into the sword light. The next moment, he reappeared behind the demon lord, and Yang Yao slashed down. The two of them continued in this manner, constantly flashing and shifting within the boundless astral realm, capturing each other's flaws and attempting to deliver a fatal blow. For a time, in the astral realm, which appeared dilapidated from the continuous bombardment of the battle's aftermath, there were only silent, flickering figures, and streaks of sword chi and claw marks that seemed almost eternal, lingering for a long time. Although the momentum was not as intense as the previous battle, a silent killing intent was constantly brewing within it. Gao Yang, moving at high speed, knew clearly that they were now competing in endurance. In this process, whoever slowed down by even a step would face a strike far more violent than a storm. As for endurance, Gao Yang never believed he would be weaker than anyone else. For him, having mastered the 8-9 profound art, his stamina, battle chi, and willpower were nearly infinite. The sword light step, which originally had restrictions, now held no limitations for him at all. With another teleportation, Gao Yang avoided the demon lord's attack while simultaneously appearing behind him, his Yang Yao slashing down once more. As the sword was swung, the space-time around the demon lord instantly stagnated. The astral realm, which had been fragile compared to them, became as solid as diamond in that moment. The blade swept through, and the stagnant space-time instantly annihilated. Chaos and nothingness spread rapidly in the wake of the blade. Human calamity, severance. Click, click. The demon lord's restrained, burly body slowly tilted his head to the right. A series of continuous black afterimages appeared on the spot, as if these black afterimages were pushing his body to dodge, rather than him doing so voluntarily. With a soft sound, the demon lord's left arm, unable to dodge in time from below the elbow, was swallowed by the chaos and nothingness preceding the blade. Silently, his left hand, along with the knuckle duster, was annihilated without a trace in an instant. Along with it, the 10-million-mile expanse of the star realm in the direction of Yongyo's strike was annihilated. Just the aftermath of that single sword strike turned the star realm in that direction into chaotic void. The fragmented energy of the star realm slowly coalesced within it. It would likely take a very long time before it could reform into a star realm once more. With just one strike, this 10-million-mile star realm had been transformed into a forbidden zone. From this day forward, anyone who dared to trespass into this region would be subjected to the indiscriminate attacks of elusive, phantom sword chi. Having established an advantage with a single strike, Gao Yang did not pause for even a moment, and Yang Yao slashed out once again. Human calamity, slaughter. As the sword swung, the blade light split into thousands, only to converge back into one at the very instant it was about to strike the demon lord's body, carving into his flesh with a killing intent capable of annihilating all things. As the blade entered his body, the sound of clashing impacts erupted repeatedly from within the demon lord, standing behind him. Gao Yang saw it clearly. After Yang Yao pierced into the demon lord's body, the severed flesh suddenly transformed into a gaping, blood-red maw. Rows of neatly arranged, flat teeth emerged along the edges of the wound, biting down heavily onto the blade of Yang Yao. The demon lord's black hair danced wildly. Without even looking at Gao Yang behind him, he suddenly raised his hand and clenched it tightly in front of him. The moment the demon lord moved, a massive sense of mortal crisis exploded within Gao Yang's perception. A brilliant radiance of will bloomed, and Gao Yang teleported half a body's width to the right out of thin air. Excruciating pain pierced Gao Yang's nerves. His left arm, along with a small portion of his torso, was bitten off and swallowed by a giant mouth that had appeared abruptly beside him. Through the jagged wound, one could see broken bone shards and writhing internal organs. In that split second, had he not reacted quickly, that bite would likely have swallowed him whole. Even so, his HP plummeted instantly, dropping to less than 40%. A scarlet glint bloomed in Gao Yang's pupils. Ignoring his missing torso and arm, he unleashed an almost endless surge of battle chi and will. The dark red immortal executioner a diagram flew out from his chest, instantly coiling around the blade of Yang Yao. Yang Yao descended. The spreading will and power leveraged the space-time within the star realm, causing everything except Gao Yang to slow down. Space-time froze. And the first to bear the brunt was, naturally, the demon lord who was within arm's reach. Just as the dark red greatsword was about to strike the demon lord's neck, a giant maw suddenly manifested. The full set of flat teeth bit down heavily in midair. As the teeth collided, cracks instantly appeared in the frozen space-time, followed by a loud, explosive shattering sound. The flat teeth crushed the frozen space-time and then vanished, replaced by the demon lord, who had turned to face Gao Yang due to the distorted space-time. Gao Yang was not the least bit surprised, as if he had anticipated all of this. As the demon lord turned to deliver a punch, Yang Yao erupted with a brilliant radiance of will, transforming into a golden greatsword that enveloped the blade within it. Clang, clang. Two explosive sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The golden greatsword shattered the instant it collided with the brass knuckles the demon lord had thrust forward. The violent impact caused the knuckles to pause for a heartbeat, and then Yang Yao, wrapped in the immortal execution sword, slashed down instantly. Amidst a crisp snapping sound, the spikes of the brass knuckles were severed by Yang Yao's strike, spinning away powerlessly. Yang Yao's momentum remained undiminished as it instantly swept across the demon lord's neck. A thin line of blood erupted from the demon lord's neck, and his head was immediately separated from his body. The demon lord's severed head, sent flying, had its eyes wide open, a trace of unexpected astonishment surfacing within them. The giant flat-toothed maw appeared out of thin air once more, swallowing the demon lord's head in one gulp before preparing to vanish. Gao Yang took a step forward, appearing beside the giant maw. A jade-white arm reached out directly from his chest, grabbing the lips of the maw as ripples of sword energy instantly spread outward. Immortal execution sword, severed world. This strike carried no leaking power fluctuations. It sliced through the center of the giant maw in an instant, and a 1,000-meter-long pitch-black sword scar appeared immediately. The moment this scar appeared, it seemed as if it were etched into the star realm itself, showing no signs of dissipating. The giant maw was split into from the center, revealing the swallowed head of the demon lord. This strike, naturally, could not completely kill the demon lord. Gao Yang took another step. Under the explosion of his will, white gold solar battle chi poured violently into Yang Yao. White gold spiderweb patterns emerged on the dark red blade, and boundless killing intent cast a thick, blood-colored shadow over this entire star realm. Immortal execution sword, absolute life. Gao Yang let out a fierce low roar. Yang Yao, carrying the weight of his destiny, transformed into an invisible blade and slashed out instantly. Zhang. A sword hum accompanied by scarlet sword chi suddenly bloomed. As the sword ripples spread, the already shattered star realm became even more fragmented. Puchi. A soft sound erupted from Gao Yang's chest. The broken brass knuckles protruded from his front, and hanging from the broken claws was a still beating, scorching red heart. The demon lord's headless body had somehow managed to launch a sneak attack on Gao Yang. Gao Yang's HP dropped another chunk, leaving him with less than 5%. One more hit, and he would undoubtedly die. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Gao Yang's eyes, ignoring the brass knuckles piercing his heart. Yang Yao's speed surged once more, instantly slicing through the demon lord's head inside the giant maw. After the strike, Gao Yang flipped his wrist, and Yang Yao swept in again for another immortal execution sword, absolute life. Puchi. Two slashing sounds rang out almost simultaneously. A crisscrossing cross of blood appeared on the demon lord's arrogant face, slicing his head neatly into 4 parts. The demon lord's eyes widened to their limit. Through his wide-open eyes, one could see the cross-shaped scar at the base of his pupils, as well as his soul, will, and life essence rapidly annihilating. The demon lord had never imagined that his feigned weakness and his ultimate killing blow would fail to kill Gao Yang in one go, leaving Gao Yang with the strength for a final counterattack that would completely annihilate him. No matter how the demon lord imagined it, he had never thought that Gao Yang's life essence would be so thick that he could endure several of his destiny-weighted killing blows and still remain active. It could be said that the biggest reason Gao Yang was able to kill the demon lord this time was his life essence, which was far thicker than the limits of what any existence at the same level could imagine. Chapter 1088. The God Lord standing above the river of time for K. The demon venerable's body rapidly disintegrated under the ravages of the sword energy. Lines of Omni Network notifications appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. He automatically ignored the mundane prompts, his gaze settling on the one most important to him at this moment. Omni Network notification. Hunting Divine Office activation successful. This hunt is complete. You have gained fate weight 5.1 to 7%. Current fate weight 10.71%. Looking at the prompt provided by the Omni Network, Gao Yang suddenly realized that even without eternal radiance, he could still obtain the demon venerable's fate weight after slaying him. It was just that the fate weight obtained through this method might be slightly less. In this instant, Gao Yang also understood why the demon venerable had revealed such a burning gaze after learning that Gao Yang had also come into contact with fate weight. The reason lay right here. Fate weight could be plundered. One only needed to kill the original owner of the fate weight. This was also why the demon venerable had abandoned probing and moved to kill once he learned that Gao Yang possessed fate weight. Before coming into contact with fate weight, the amount one possessed had no impact, but after making contact, even 0.1% of fate weight was considered extremely precious in the eyes of such existences. After obtaining the demon venerable's fate weight, Gao Yang's own fate weight directly broke through 10%. He did not know how significant this volume of fate weight was, but judging by the fact that his plundering authority using eternal radiance had only managed to strip 127% from the demon venerable, this amount could not be considered small. The increase in fate weight did not bring him any intuitive improvement, however. In a place inaccessible to the common masses, Gao Yang's existence became increasingly prominent. That place was the River of Time. Gao Yang felt a stirring in his heart. As his thoughts shifted, his consciousness began to ascend in that instant. In a mere moment, his consciousness detached from his body, and his perspective began to shift. A bizarre and kaleidoscopic world had never revealed itself to his eyes as it did at this moment. The silvery astral realm vanished, and the multiverse composed of crystal walls like crowded bubbles also rapidly disappeared. Darkness, chaos, light, and all sorts of origins that constituted various existences filled Gao Yang's field of vision. Soon, as his consciousness continued to ascend in dimension, these origins that constituted the universe also quickly vanished. Whoosh, whoosh. After a brief darkness, the sound of a vast, surging current transformed into the first ray of light within his consciousness, crashing down to illuminate Gao Yang's world. Gao Yang opened his eyes and finally saw that vast and mighty river of time, which had no beginning, no end, and no visible banks. This was also the first time Gao Yang had come into such clear contact with the river of time while not in a state of death. Splash! A spray of water bloomed in the void beneath his feet. Gao Yang looked down at his feet. At this moment, he had completely detached from the river of time, standing in midair. To jump outside the three realms, to not be within the five elements, to leap out of the river of time and remain unaffected by the passage of time, this must be the preliminary manifestation of this realm. Gao Yang listened to the sound of the vast, surging water, and a profound sense of satisfaction welled up in his consciousness. From this moment on, he was no longer the same as any existence born within the multiverse. The moment he leaped out of the river of time and stood suspended above the river, the concept of him had detached from the multiverse and the river of time, becoming a special individual independent of the river of time and the multiverse. From now on, as the years pass and the seas change into mulberry fields, only he remains unchanged. Gao Yang's gaze naturally fell upon the river of time, following the direction of the current as he looked toward the upstream. That direction represented the past, whose beginning was unknown. His gaze rested on the river of time, and all the events that had occurred in the past surfaced in his mind. Gao Yang looked at the river of time without any intention of intervening. Although he had now leaped out of the river of time, the mere thought of interfering with its flow caused a sense of immense danger to emerge. That was not something he could do at his current level. Gao Yang lifted his head slightly and looked further into the distance. Suddenly, he saw several faint, varying-sized phantoms appearing above the river of time. The larger ones stood tall and reached the heavens, while the smaller ones were no more than a few zhang in height. Gao Yang only needed one look to understand that these were all existences possessing fate weight, only that the volume of fate weight they possessed differed. Gao Yang looked down at himself and discovered that he stood a full 1,071 zhang tall. Compared to those phantoms on the river of time, he could be considered a medium to high-level existence. By this calculation, 0.01% of fate weight represented 1 zhang of height above the river of time. Gao Yang nodded slightly and continued to look toward the past. Just then, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly emerged in his consciousness. Gao Yang felt a premonition and suddenly turned his head, only to see a massive phantom that stood tall and reached the heavens. Even from a great distance away, the other party stood proudly above the river of time, their robes fluttering, their face obscured by an invisible force. At this moment, they were stepping on the waves and coming against the current. The bone-chilling coldness Gao Yang perceived was emitted by this phantom. The moment he saw the other party, Gao Yang understood who this phantom was. It was the founder of the pantheon, the God Lord. The reason why the demon venerable did not know where the God Lord was or what he was doing had been found. The other party had already headed to the downstream of the river of time, toward the future. Naturally, there would be no trace or information of him in the present world. And at this moment, because of the demon venerable's death, the God Lord, who had already gone to the future, was now sparing no effort to travel against the current of the river of time to arrive. The instant he discovered the God Lord, various possibilities flashed through Gao Yang's mind. Subsequently, his consciousness crashed down into the river of time below, returning to the moment he had slain the demon venerable. The act of reversing the flow of time caused waves of stinging pain to ripple through Gao Yang's mind. Although it was only a few seconds of time reversal, these were seconds that affected the operation of reality. Unlike the God Lord who was about to descend through the reversal of time, Gao Yang's actions involve his own consciousness regressing to several seconds prior. Every move he makes alters the subsequent trajectory of reality, and as such, he has already borne the cost of reversing time. The God Lord, however, has not altered reality. His appearance thus far exists only upon the river of time. In other words, should the God Lord fall into the river of time and enter the real world, a terrifying backlash would instantly act upon him. Recalling the speed of the God Lord and the flow of the river of time, Gao Yang instantly judged that the time remaining to him was a mere 300 seconds. 300 seconds later, the God Lord, traveling upstream against the flow of time, would perfectly overlap with the space-time where Gao Yang resided. At that moment, the opponent would absolutely descend into reality and appear before Gao Yang. 5 minutes. Gao Yang was acutely aware that he had only 5 minutes left. Within these 5 minutes, if he failed to find a corresponding countermeasure, he would undoubtedly die at the hands of the God Lord once he descended. Judging by the terrifying strength displayed by the opponent as he traveled upstream through the endless river of time, it would likely take the God Lord less than a second to annihilate him. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Gao Yang's eyes. Various pieces of information flashed rapidly through his mind as he searched for a possibility to break the deadlock. 1 second, 2 seconds. A full 15 seconds passed. Countless thoughts had raced through Gao Yang's mind, and he had simulated countless outcomes, without exception. None of these results allowed him to ascend to a level sufficient to contend with the God Lord. Suddenly, a radiance of will erupted from his eyes. Among thousands of possibilities, Gao Yang found one where he was not annihilated by the God Lord. The moment he found the method, Gao Yang shattered the astral realm and appeared within a crystal wall system. The radiance of his will communicated with the origin of the crystal wall system according to his intent, allowing him to achieve a state of unity of heaven and man with the entire system. In a mere few seconds, Gao Yang's will swept recklessly across the entire crystal wall system. After failing to find any trace of the Pale Lord, he took a step and left this crystal wall system. 5 seconds later, within the crystal wall system where the Sanglong world was located, a flash of sword light appeared, and Gao Yang emerged into the void of the astral realm. Gao Yang forcefully achieved unity of heaven and man with this crystal wall system, and after a few more seconds, he left it to head toward the adjacent one. 1 minute and 13 seconds later, Gao Yang had already traversed 31 crystal wall systems. With a flash of sword light, a frowning Gao Yang appeared in the 32nd crystal wall system, and unity of heaven and man was deployed once more. 4 seconds later, his eyes suddenly brightened. After traveling through more than 30 crystal wall systems, He had finally found the Pale Lord. It was no wonder that when Gao Yang had previously asked others from the Immortal Association to keep an eye out for news of the Pale Lord, they had no impression of him at all. Sensing the hiding place of the Pale Lord, Gao Yang could not help but admire the opponent's caution and care. Gao Yang took a step, and the next instant, he arrived at the edge of the black abyss at the bottom of the astral realm. Before him lay thick, dark, and filthy sludge. Gao Yang reached out and pointed his sword finger toward the filthy sludge in front of him. With a soft sound, the filthy sludge was torn open. What met his eyes was not sludge, but a corner of a hidden plane. Gao Yang casually tore open this plane and broke into it. This was the base camp of the Pale Lord, and also the location of his divine kingdom. He had hidden his divine kingdom within the filthy sludge at the junction of the black abyss and the astral realm. Ordinary people would basically never come to such a place. And the true body of the Pale Lord had not left the divine kingdom for nearly 1,000 years. So it was basically impossible to be discovered. Who is it? A majestic roar exploded like thunder from the 9 heavens the moment Gao Yang broke in. Within the pale sun above the firmament, a tall figure sitting on a golden throne slowly emerged. Gao Yang looked at the Pale Lord emerging from the pale sun and, without the slightest hesitation, slashed down with his sword. The Pale Lord had originally been resting one hand against his cheek, his demeanor majestic yet tinged with the lazy nonchalance unique to a superior being. His eyes, which seemed to burn with golden flames, looked down upon Gao Yang, who had intruded into his divine kingdom. But when Gao Yang casually slashed down with his sword, the Pale Lord's eyes suddenly widened to their limit. The various thoughts that had been flashing through his mind came to an abrupt halt. This was because he felt a terrifying power of the slash coming toward him. This power was so strong that he could neither dodge nor withstand it. His consciousness was screaming frantically, urging him to avoid this sword. To fail to dodge meant death. The Pale Lord fell into an unprecedented state of madness. His divine soul, divine body, and divine power were all trembling violently. But then his consciousness felt as if it had fallen into an boundless purgatory, because no matter what he did, his body remained firmly fixed in place, unable to move even a finger. With a soft sound, a line of blood bloomed from the center of the Pale Lord's divine body. Then, sword chi like a storm completely engulfed him. In just an instant, the Pale Lord turned into fly ash and vanished without a trace. The obsession of the former Sanctus, the wish that Sanctus had never let go of even in death, was thus easily fulfilled by Gao Yang. And the moment Gao Yang fulfilled the last wish of Sanctus, a brilliant radiance of will erupted from his eyes. This radiance of will was even more refined and brilliant than it had been before he slew the Pale Lord, and the tenacity and unyielding nature within it were as unshakable as a monolith. The tall figure of Sanctus appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. He gave Gao Yang a look of relief with a hint of apology, and a fluctuation of intent emerged in Gao Yang's mind. Thank you, young man. Perhaps decades or even centuries have passed since then, but I must still thank you for fulfilling my lifelong wish. Although it is somewhat despicable to say this, the truth is that the immortal will is incomplete. The only way to complete it is to slay the ultimate root cause that prompted its birth, that is, the evil god who invaded the Sanglong world. Only by slaying that evil god can the immortal will be truly complete, for it exists precisely to oppose the evil god. Of course, you have already completed this step. Now, I ask you to return to the original Sanglong world, slay that pale sun with your own hands, and complete the final ascension. Of course, do not worry, because that is merely a scene conjured by your dissipated mental will. However, if the pale sun is still hanging high over Sanglong at this time, you can also head to Sanglong. After Sanctus finished speaking, his body began to fade slowly. At the same time, the scene before Gao Yang began to shift. Gao Yang watched the scenes constructing themselves rapidly before his eyes, and an incomparably brilliant light suddenly erupted from his gaze. He finally understood what the possibility of surviving under the pursuit of the God Lord was. His consciousness, carrying the constantly changing scenes around him, leaped out of the multiverse, crossed the origin, and appeared above the river of time, ignoring the God Lord behind him. Gao Yang looked upstream along the river of time and quickly locked onto the scene where he first entered the Sanglong world and fought against Sanctus alongside Vedas and the others. At the same time, The scenes constantly shifting around him had already converged toward this moment. Without any hesitation, Gao Yang strode upstream along the river of time. In just a few steps, he had arrived at the scene he had locked onto. The next instant, from his massive body, a wisp of wool wrapped in white light detached and plunged into the river of time along with the illusion that had already nearly frozen around him. The Sanglong world could not withstand his magnificent wool and various incredibly powerful abilities at this moment, so Gao Yang could only split off a wisp of consciousness to enter it, and could only carry one weak ability with him, and his choice was Unique Specialty, Body of 100 Refinements, Chapter 1089. Resetting and re-accumulating the body of 100 refinements for K. Under the slightly pale sky, the fanatical followers of the old days surged like a tide. The scene that had once only remained in his memory appeared before Gao Yang's eyes once again with absolute realism. On the black earth, trampled thousands of times by countless followers of the old days, the bishop of the old days had transformed into a mass of flesh, bone fragments, and tentacles after the previous bloody battle. As for Vitas and the others, the priest and Holt were dead. While the Mage Wolf and Vitas were in unknown conditions, he was the only remaining combat force. After countless battles, Gao Yang found that the bishop of the old days, who had once brought him an incomparable threat of death, now gave him a sense of things remain the same, but people have changed. The oppressive feeling of death that the opponent once brought him was now something he could not feel at all. The bishop of the old days, now transformed into a huge mass of flesh, surged with rolling waves of meat, its body constantly reshaping itself. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and sensed his current state. In an instant, he had a comprehensive understanding of this body. At this point in time, his physique was not strong, it could even be called weak and pathetic, but it was enough. Although he had not brought his various abilities with him, the memories of his battles up to this point were not missing in the slightest. His rich combat experience was enough to support him in facing the bishop of the old days, who had once posed a profound threat of death to him. However, defeating the bishop of the old days was not his true purpose. If he only wanted to defeat the bishop of the old days, he would not have needed to bring the unique specialty, Body of 100 Refinements, and travel back through time to get here. The unique specialty, Body of 100 Refinements, as the only unique specialty Gao Yang obtained during his second trial in the Abyss, had an effect that was heaven-defying in its own right. Every time he suffered a severe injury, his physical attributes would receive a corresponding increase, and fortunately, this effect ceased to function after reaching the transcendent level, a conclusion Gao Yang had reached through later research. This meant that for Gao Yang, the unique specialty, Body of 100 Refinements, was left with only the function of increasing various resistances. But now it was different. Gao Yang had traveled back in time to his weaker self with the Body of 100 Refinements, aiming to take this opportunity to increase the attribute bonuses provided by the Body of 100 Refinements. For his current main attributes, which exceeded 50 points, the percentage-based attribute increase brought by the Body of 100 Refinements represented a huge gain for every single percentage point. Gao Yang's minimum goal was to raise the Body of 100 Refinements physical attribute bonus to 20%. 20% would be an increase of 11 points, which could directly raise Gao Yang's strength, constitution, and will attributes to over 67 points. This kind of improvement could no longer be described as merely terrifying. If he could raise this bonus to 30% or even 40%, the resulting increase in base attributes would be a qualitative change. And for the current Gao Yang, achieving all of this was not difficult. The only thing to be careful about was to avoid suffering fatal injuries while grinding for attributes. Roar! A beast-like roar erupted from inside the ball of flesh not far away. With no one to stop it, the flesh began to condense and roll, and a tall humanoid figure quickly took shape. Under Vitas's puzzled gaze, Gao Yang remained standing in place, still holding black obsidian. Without intervening in the bishop of the old days' recovery, Vitas watched the fully recovered bishop of the old days and closed his eyes in despair. The bishop of the old days stood on the ground once again. Its 5-meter tall, burly body had no skin. Thin, long tentacles were intertwined like armor-covering muscles that looked like they were built from rock. 2 huge bone blades replaced its hands, and 2 wide, fleshy wings on its back flapped slowly. coupled with its pair of pure white eyes filled with fanaticism. A crazy and fierce aura rushed toward them. Gao Yang gripped the black obsidian greatsword and, under Vitus's surprised and confused gaze, calmly stepped toward the bishop of the old days. Step, facing the bishop of the old days, which had already revealed its complete form. He stood calmly in front of it, with black obsidian pointing diagonally at the ground. In that instant, Vitus felt that the person standing before them was no longer the brave new recruit who had just walked out of the flames of war, but a grand master of martial arts standing like an abyss or a mountain. A god who held the power of life and death. Roar! The bishop of the old days lowered its head to look down at the human before it. The violent desire for destruction in its mind could no longer be suppressed, and it let out a fierce roar at Gao Yang. The sound wave turned into a shockwave, blowing Gao Yang's messy hair. The next instant, he and the bishop of the old days charged toward each other simultaneously. Clang! The black greatsword collided with the grotesque and exaggerated bone blade, causing a shockwave to explode outward and kick up layers of dust and smoke around them. Violent power, nearly impossible to resist, surged through Heyo and into his arm. Gao Yang took advantage of the momentum to twist his body and turn his sword. Heyo scraped against the bone blade, sparking a series of flames, before piercing into the old bishop's ribs from beneath the bone blade. In the next instant, as the greatsword entered its body, the old bishop let out a roar, and its bone blade swept across horizontally in an instant. After driving the greatsword into its body, Gao Yang had already pulled back. He tilted his head back, and the bone blade grazed past his throat. The ear blade formed by the tip of the blade sliced through the surface skin of his neck, and a trace of blood seeped out. Avoiding the descending bone blade, Gao Yang exerted force once more, squeezing into the gap in front of the old bishop with pinpoint precision. Heyo left another half-meter-long gash across its chest. Vitus, supporting his severely wounded body, watched Gao Yang, who was dancing on the edge of a blade not far away. The surprise and confusion in his eyes had completely transformed into horror. This leisurely, strolling posture, combined with such precise control over distance, meant that no matter how the old bishop roared or attacked frantically, it could not even touch the corner of Gao Yang's clothes. Furthermore, during this process, wound after wound was being stacked upon its body, causing its movements and speed to begin to slowly decline. The old bishop let out a miserable hiss as one of its fleshy wings was severed at the root by Gao Yang's sword. Reflexively, it swung its bone blade, slashing toward Gao Yang behind it. A burst of light erupted in Gao Yang's eyes. The incoming bone blade slowed down again in his vision, appearing as if it were in slow motion before him. In just a split second, he had adjusted his posture and angle. The next instant, the bone blade slashed across Gao Yang's waist and abdomen, cutting directly through his armor and leaving a massive, bone-deep wound on his torso. Sharp, intense pain struck. Yet Gao Yang's expression did not change in the slightest. At this moment, he even had time to look at the comprehensive network notification in the upper left corner of his retina. Comprehensive network notification. You have suffered a severe injury. Your damage reduction has increased by 3%, and your physical attributes have increased by 2. Looking at the notification appearing at the corner of his eye, Gao Yang revealed a smile. Although he had returned to the past by reversing time while carrying the 100 refinements body, causing the attribute bonuses from the 100 refinements body to be reset to 0. Now, a single wound that only damaged flesh and blood had increased his stats by 3%. He only needed to suffer such an injury for more times to catch up to the progress of the physical attributes he had previously accumulated. According to Gao Yang's current control over himself, this level of injury was not an unacceptable, fatal wound for him. The moment Gao Yang was struck by the bone blade, Vitus's heart skipped a beat. However, seeing that Gao Yang's movements had not deformed in the slightest, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had almost thought that Gao Yang would be cut in half by that strike just now. It seemed his judgment had been wrong. The battle continued. For Gao Yang, the fight against the old bishop was no longer a life or death struggle, but a surgical, precise creation of wounds. He was like the most elite beast tamer, maintaining suppression and authority over the beast he was training. Every move the beast made was under his control, without a single deviation. The battle raged on. and blood splattered across the land they fought upon, some of it the old bishop's, some of it Gao Yang's. Although Gao Yang could control the wounds the old bishop inflicted upon him, his physique was simply too weak. His control over his body had not diminished much, but the constant loss of blood was still tangibly affecting his condition. Even with battle chi as a supplement, it could only slow the rate of his decline, not make him completely immune to the effects of blood loss. With another slash of his sword, the old bishop let out a fierce but hollow roar. By now, both of its fleshy wings had been completely severed. One of its arms that had transformed into a bone blade had been broken, and one of its thighs had been cut off at the knee. Opposite it, Gao Yang had over a dozen wounds of varying sizes on his body, including slashes and puncture wounds. Under the influence of his battle chi, blood no longer gushed out in large quantities, but it continued to seep from the wounds. Gao Yang tightened his grip on Heyo's hilt and glanced at the comprehensive network notification. After the battle just now, he had sacrificed 17 wounds to increase the attribute bonus of his 100 refinements body to 38%. This level of increase was much higher than before, but it was not enough. Gao Yang took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and lunged forward with his sword again. The old bishop watched the approaching Gao Yang, a violent desire for destruction erupting in its fanatical, pure white eyes. It roared, its body crouching on the ground like a wild beast, crawling violently on the ground with its remaining arm and leg, like a runaway chariot. It charged toward Gao Yang. The sound of metal clashing exploded once more. Gao Yang's body was sent flying backward uncontrollably, a bone-deep wound appearing on his chest as blood sprayed out. The old bishop let out an excited, wild roar and lunged forward again. Its bone blade was raised high, crashing down like a thunderbolt. Gao Yang sighed with a hint of regret. The frenzied old bishop's attributes were far superior to his own at this moment, and the danger had increased significantly. Looking at the progress bar that had surged by 4 percentage points due to that strike, a flash of decisiveness crossed Gao Yang's eyes. The next instant, his battle chi erupted. He took a step down, even though he was stepping on thin air. It produced a dull boom as if he had stepped on solid ground. Gao Yang rushed toward the charging old bishop like lightning. Heyo erupted with a dim, flickering sword light that reflected in the creature's eyes. Heyo drove straight in, piercing through the old bishop's brow and out the back of its head, with a slight release of sword energy. The old bishop's brain was instantly pulverized. The jagged edges of its neck were uneven, and its massive body immediately lost all strength, crashing heavily onto the blood-stained earth under the force of its own momentum. Gao Yang flicked his wrist, and Heyo let out a hum as all the blood on the blade was shaken off. He turned around, looked at Vitas in the distance, and revealed a faint smile. Then, under the other party's astonished gaze, he lost all his strength and collapsed forward into the bloody soil. Gao Yang's consciousness detached from his original body and flew toward the pale sun hanging high in the firmament. Soon, he arrived before this projection of the Pale Lord's power. Looking at the power projection of the Pale Lord before him, Gao Yang gripped his right hand in the void, and the flowing light of his will converged, transforming into a great sword of will identical to eternal radiance. Following this, he calmly swung a vertical slash. His highly condensed will erupted, transforming into an invisible blade that struck the pale sun. Crack! After a soft sound, a pitch-black slash mark appeared on the pale sun. Immediately after, the pale sun split open and collapsed to both sides, revealing the sun within, one that was incomparably dim yet radiated warmth and intense heat. Gao Yang glanced at this sun, and his consciousness rapidly ascended. Whoosh! His consciousness leaped out from the river of time, transforming into a stream of light that rushed into the towering phantom of Gao Yang. As the stream of consciousness entered his body, Gao Yang immediately turned around and sprinted toward the position in the river of time where he had originally been. He watched the God Lord moving upstream in the lower reaches of the river of time. The other party's massive body carried an incomparable sense of oppression, but at this moment, he had no time to ponder these things. He strode forward, rushing toward the lower reaches of the river of time. Soon, he arrived at his original position in the river of time, and his massive body transformed into a stream of light, crashing into the river. The next instant, his consciousness returned to his body. Gao Yang, who was in the plain, suddenly opened his eyes. Brilliant radiance of will erupted from his eyes like two heavenly swords. piercing through the entire plane in the blink of an eye. Rumble. Violent roars erupted from within Gao Yang's body. His heart was beating frantically. His blood roared through his veins like a great river. His bones and meridians began to collide with one another, and everything within him was undergoing an astonishing transformation. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the ground with a calm expression, using his brilliant will to suppress his body, forcing himself to complete this earth-shattering metamorphosis at the fastest possible speed. The 100 refinements body currently provided a 40% increase to his physical attributes, removing the original 8%. His main attributes hovered around 50 points. And now, as the 100 refinements body specialty ray integrated into his physique, all of Gao Yang's various attributes surged. The increase in his strength, constitution, and will attributes was around 20 points, while the other attributes were all up by more than 15 points. Such an earth-shattering improvement was not something that could be digested easily, if it were not for the fact that Gao Yang had already mastered the 8-9 profound art and achieved the perfect fusion of flesh and soul. Such an exaggerated change would inevitably have caused his body to collapse, leading to his death and the dissipation of his cultivation. But now, because his will and physical attributes were increasing in synchronization, Gao Yang was able to barely maintain this violent surge. Chapter 1090. The True Self Forged. The God Lord descends. Rumble. Earth-shattering roars exploded within Gao Yang's body. The violent surge in his physique caused every collision of his muscles, bones, and blood to erupt with a disaster-level impact. These impacts originated within his body and surged outward through his frame. The consequence was that the sky was torn asunder, the earth surged like ocean waves, and massive cracks appeared throughout this world. This hidden plane began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was merely the aftermath generated while Gao Yang adapted to the improvement of his physique. If he were to act proactively, with his current capabilities, a single thought would likely be enough to have the entire plane annihilated by the sword light of his will. With the 8-9 profound art mastered, the unity of spirit and flesh achieved, and his destiny weight increased, Gao Yang had already leaped out of the framework of the original transcendent system. He was now fundamentally different from the various life forms living within the multiverse. Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the void. The collapsing world around him could not affect him in the slightest. Brilliant radiance of will covered his entire body, suppressing his flesh, which was undergoing constant, violent changes. Suddenly, Gao Yang's right arm silently turned into powder and drifted away. The severed end was perfectly smooth, with no sign of blood flowing out. Gao Yang frowned. Under the interference of his formidable will, the right arm that had turned into powder ray condensed in the next instant. Such was the nature of an overall improvement in physique. If Gao Yang's will were not sufficiently resilient, his body would sooner or later be completely annihilated in this cycle of constant collapse. But now, as Gao Yang's physique continued to climb, his soul and will were also improving in synchronization. In this way, he was able to suppress the violent shocks brought about by the continuous improvement of his physique. The destruction of the plane continued, and as the shocks exploding within Gao Yang's body became increasingly violent, the speed of this destruction also continued to increase. In just a few dozen seconds, this hidden plane had been completely torn apart. The fragments of the world merged directly into the filthy sludge of the black abyss, being completely digested as they sank into the depths. Deep blue solar battle chi erupted. A terrifying high temperature capable of scorching everything in the world bloomed simultaneously, like a star burning with deep blue flames appearing abruptly in this black abyss. The black abyss sludge surging around Gao Yang was rapidly annihilated under the scorching of the solar battle chi. Under such terrifying heat, they no longer even qualified to undergo ordinary material changes. They were directly reduced to their most essential state of annihilation. However, the eruption of the solar battle chi was not to contend with the surging black abyss sludge, but simply because Gao Yang needed to accelerate the speed of his own physical improvement. The deep blue solar true fire burned fiercely. Under such temperatures, Gao Yang's body began to melt and collapse rapidly, only to recover in an instant. Repeating the process over and over. In just 1 second, this repetition occurred hundreds, even thousands of times. Hoo-ha! Gao Yang's chest rose and fell continuously. With every breath, the various origins of the universe transformed into tangible storms that were inhaled and exhaled between his nose and mouth. These primordial energies of the universe poured into his body, where they were instantly refined and absorbed, becoming the nutrients for the improvement of Gao Yang's physique and will. Following Gao Yang's movements, this expanse of the astral void began to dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every celestial body within this region lost its radiance in swathes, as if lights had been suddenly extinguished. Rumbled void shook incessantly, and the extinguished celestial bodies, as if having lost all support, plummeted continuously toward the black abyss. In just a few dozen seconds, this astral void was devoid of even a glimmer of light. The entire region plunged into absolute silence and darkness, and this area of darkness continued to spread rapidly toward the surroundings. 2 minutes and 50 seconds passed. Gao Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of pure golden radiance of will erupted from them. His gaze pierced through the barriers of the multiverse and the origin barrier, landing directly upon the massive figure approaching along the river of time. That figure seemed to sense something and lowered its head to look at the river of time below. Those eyes were black and white merged, light of both colors swirled within them, like yin and yang fish chasing each other's tails, within the simple, intertwining trajectories. They seemed to encompass all things in the world. The God Lord's gaze penetrated the river of time, and in an instant, it met Gao Yang's pair of pure golden eyes. In a trance, the stars swayed, and the river of time stirred with ripples. The collision of these 2 gazes was like a spark hitting the earth, and 2 equally majestic and refined wills began to clash along the line of sight. Gao Yang stood up, with just 1 step. He stepped out of the black abyss and stood proudly beneath the astral void. The next instant, a crack 10,000 miles long appeared at the edge of Gao Yang's vision. A pair of distinct black and white hands reached out, gripping the sides of the crack. Black and white energy surged, tearing the crack wide open with force. Rumble. This time, it was not just this astral void that shook. The entire crystal wall system began to tremble under this indescribable, immense power. Starlight bloomed, and figures shrouded in divine power quickly appeared beneath this astral void. Among these figures were humans and beasts, all in different forms, without a doubt. These were the many gods born within this crystal wall system. The moment these gods appeared, they surged with divine power, brandishing their respective divine artifacts as they struck toward those distinct black and white hands. As deities, they were the manifestations of the multiverse's rules. Naturally, they would not allow the God Lord to directly destroy the entire crystal wall system. However, only Gao Yang knew the deeper reason. It was because this crystal wall system, and indeed the entire multiverse, was repelling the God Lord's descent. He had perceived this with absolute clarity the moment he completed his attribute upgrades, raising his strength, physique, and will attributes to 70 points. His physique and will were so powerful that the entire multiverse no longer wished to bear his existence. The will of the entire multiverse was repelling him, trying to squeeze him out. Of course, that unconscious repulsion could not have much substantial impact on Gao Yang at this moment, because he was already within the multiverse. But for the God Lord, who wanted to swim against the current of the river of time and descend into the multiverse, it was no different from a thug trying to break through a door, facing layers of obstruction. The difficulty of entering the room was naturally much, much greater. At this very moment, these deities served as a line of defense blocking the God Lord's descent. Various divine arts and divine artifacts bombarded those black and white hands, and violent fluctuations spread out recklessly. Gao Yang could even feel that the intensity of several of those attacks was nearing the limit that the crystal wall system could withstand. Those were the existences of great divine power. They mastered different origin rules, and the power they could unleash was naturally infinitely close to the upper limit of the crystal wall system. But even the existences of great divine power could not completely destroy those distinct black and white hands, facing the obstruction of numerous gods. A cold snort emanated from the torn crack. Immediately following, this astral void suddenly transformed into black and white. Whether they were gods of weak, intermediate, or even great divine power, they were all forced to a standstill in this instant. In the entire astral void, only Gao Yang, radiating brilliant golden light from head to toe, stood there completely unaffected. Chapter 1091. Yin-Yang Chaos and the Immortal Blazing Sun. No, it was not just this chaotic void. The entire crystal wall system had fallen into a state of absolute stagnation following the descent of the God Lord's will. The black and white light surged recklessly from the torn crystal wall fissure. Under the interference of the God Lord's supreme will, everything within the entire crystal wall system was frozen in this instant. Gao Yang looked at the massive crack ahead. The death threat that had been so intense it nearly suffocated him had already vanished with the wind after his return and the forging of his true self. Now, he had enough confidence to support him in facing this God Lord who had come against the current of the river of time. Even if he could not completely defeat the opponent, he possessed enough power to protect himself. Moreover, before truly engaging in battle, Gao Yang would not assume that he would definitely lose. The moment the crystal wall system stagnated, the black and white hands exerted force, tearing the crack which had originally been like a thin line into a shape resembling a rugby ball. The next moment, a tall and majestic figure slowly emerged from that huge, hideous crystal wall fissure. The instant this figure appeared, the sound of endless, surging tides followed. Two vast, boundless rivers, one black and one white, emerged from behind the God Lord. The two rivers intertwined and entangled with each other, like a long river, a divine dragon, or silk. The God Lord's tall and majestic body then took a step. Under Gao Yang's gaze, he stepped onto the flowing water. The intertwining black and white currents supported him, and the vast river, stretching for unknown thousands of miles, began to churn. The vast and majestic water surged forward, like a beast from the primordial era, savage and overbearing. The black and white rivers supported the God Lord's body, and with just a moment of momentum, he pierced through the crystal wall system's defense line and descended completely into this astral void. Rumble. Only then did the roaring sound of the vast, surging water explode throughout the entire crystal wall system. At the same time, the black and white energy that had spread out quickly converged, merging into the black and white long river beneath the God Lord's feet. The crystal wall system, which had ceased to function, began to operate once more, and the gods who had been forced into stagnation regained control over themselves. However, at this moment, as they looked at the tall figure standing with hands behind his back atop the head of the river, every single one of them lost all thoughts of resistance without exception. A thug had already breached the defensive line and broken into the room. To continue a fierce confrontation would only destroy the items within and cause unnecessary losses. What needed to be done now was to communicate, to persuade this thug who had broken into the room to leave, thereby minimizing the damage. A deity of great divine power, holding a war spear and possessing golden eyes, stepped forward. Standing before the other gods, he looked toward the God Lord, his majestic and angry voice echoing throughout the void of the astral realm as his divine power surged. Great existence, the gods of the Wo-Wuna crystal wall system hope that you will withdraw. A deity of great divine power, when facing an existence like the God Lord, still maintained sufficient respect, although his words contained anger. The tone was truly one of negotiation. Faced with the persuasion of this great divine power, the God Lord did not even shift his gaze for a single moment. His black and white eyes remained firmly locked onto Gao Yang from beginning to end. Gao Yang still stood where he was. He had watched the God Lord enter the river of time, watched him tear through the crystal wall system's defenses, and watched him ride the two black and white rivers into the crystal wall system. Various insights emerged in his heart, although he and the God Lord had not even exchanged a single word. After witnessing the God Lord's actions with his own eyes, Gao Yang already had a rough understanding of his current state, or rather, his realm. In a sense, this series of operations by the God Lord as he descended into the multiverse was a hands-on, practical lesson. Chaos transforms into yin and yang, and yin and yang return to chaos. The great Tao of yin and yang is your path, God Lord. By relying on the great Tao of yin and yang, you can obtain a medium to link with the multiverse and subsequently descend into it. Then, what is my Tao? Gao Yang met the God Lord's gaze, his thoughts racing like lightning in his mind. This was an important question that Gao Yang had to consider. As his strength reached this level, he had to account for the rejection of the entire multiverse's will toward him. If he were a lone wolf, then even if he were cast out of the entire multiverse, it would not matter to him. But now, he was not alone. In this world, he had a wife, friends, and a child about to be born. All of these were his attachments. He could not and would not be willing to be cast out. Even if he were cast out, he would have to find a way to re-enter the multiverse. And the God Lord's actions were, for Gao Yang, the best demonstration and teaching. By anchoring the multiverse through the rules, great Tao, or concepts one has comprehended, and creating a substantial connection with the multiverse, one could use such an anchor to descend into the multiverse once again. Gao Yang began to sort through his own nature, given his situation. What was the anchor that connected most deeply with the multiverse? In just an instant, he had sorted out his own characteristics. He looked up at the profound void above. Suddenly, an infinitely large, deep blue and gold sun appeared abruptly, its warm light illuminating the entire void. For the multiverse, the sun is always an essential item. It just so happened that his will was as immortal and indestructible as a scorching sun, and his battle chi itself was a manifestation of the sun's will, without a doubt. An immortal scorching sun was Gao Yang's best manifestation of will within the multiverse, and also his deepest anchor to it. The God Lord looked up at the immortal scorching sun radiating warm light above, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on that majestic and calm face. Your comprehension is quite good. It seems I came to the right place this time. Gao Yang stood quietly in the void, letting the infinitely large scorching sun above his head cast down its warm light. He met the God Lord's gaze and spoke. Since the God Lord has demonstrated it personally, I naturally wouldn't let your efforts go to waste. The God Lord nodded slightly and said, It seems you are already prepared. Gao Yang nodded and asked in return, Of course, if I weren't prepared, how would I be standing here waiting for your arrival? Very well. Although you only destroyed one of my avatars, it was, after all, something formed from my heart's blood, and where my will resided. It is truly a pity to have it destroyed by you just like that. However, fortunately, there is compensation. The God Lord looked at Gao Yang, and in a casual manner, revealed a piece of news that was like a bombshell. That demon lord, who possessed power comparable to a great divine power, was actually just an avatar of the God Lord. Then what was the Pantheon? Was it really just an organization used by the God Lord to plunder the many unique talents of others to improve himself? Or was the Pantheon itself a Gujar, and all the members within the Pantheon, as well as the many players under the various unspeakable versions, were merely the poisonous insects within this jar? Suddenly, Gao Yang understood the God Lord's meaning. The Pantheon was indeed established by the God Lord, and its fundamental purpose was indeed to raise Gu. But what he was raising was not just the many members who joined the Pantheon, but also his own avatars. The Pantheon's unscrupulous slaughter of players from the same version would inevitably lead to the emergence of existences like Gao Yang, who had the consciousness to resist and, in turn, hunt down the Pantheon. Gao Yang believed that a long, long time ago, such existences had appeared, only to be annihilated at the hands of the Pantheon. If an existence defeated or even killed the demon lord, it meant that this round of raising Gu had succeeded. The Gu insect had matured, and it was time for the God Lord to harvest. Therefore, whether it was the Pantheon or the demon lord, to put it bluntly, they were nothing more than a tree planted by the God Lord. From the moment this tree was planted, it already possessed value. Whether this tree bore fruit later or never bore fruit at all made little difference to the God Lord. If it bore fruit, he would reach out and pluck it. If it never bore fruit, then once the tree had grown, he could simply chop it down and use the entire tree to nourish himself. Therefore, for the God Lord, the moment Gao Yang killed the demon venerable meant that this tree had finally nurtured a precious fruit. At this very moment, the God Lord's descent was for the sole purpose of plucking this precious fruit. After grasping all the connections, Gao Yang sighed inexplicably. The way of heaven diminishes the abundant to replenish the deficient. The way of man diminishes the deficient to provide for the abundant. Reality, however, is 1,000 times more cruel than this saying. Clang! A sword hum pierced the sky. Gao Yang reached out and grasped Yao in his hand. The God Lord's timing was impeccable, and his plan was nearly flawless. However, what the God Lord did not anticipate was that Gao Yang could undergo another earth-shattering improvement in just a few short minutes. When Gao Yang slew the demon venerable, the God Lord had already set out, flowing backward through time from the future to harvest the fruit he had cultivated. According to the God Lord's plan, There should have been no variables. The demon Venerable was strong, but he was merely one of his avatars. His true form was infinitely stronger than this avatar. Descending here in his true form to pluck the fruit that had killed his avatar should have been a task without much difficulty. Gao Yang knew in his heart that the God Lord was unaware of the massive improvement he had undergone in these few minutes. Therefore, he no longer intended to continue the conversation. He had already learned everything he needed to know from their previous exchange. The God Lord had just descended into the crystal wall system, and the will of the multiverse was still repelling him, preventing him from passively acquiring various pieces of information. If he were given more time, he would likely discover all the changes that had occurred within Gao Yang. By then, new variables might arise. Thus, he prepared to take this opportunity to try and slay the God Lord. Watching Gao Yang take the initiative to assume a combat stance, a look of calculated confidence appeared on the God Lord's face. Your fighting spirit is quite good. However, if we fight within the multiverse, it will become very difficult for you to enter the multiverse again in the future. If you do not wish to be repelled by the will of the multiverse, let us head to the Origin Sea for this battle. Having said this, the God Lord turned and rode the black and white river toward the crack in the crystal wall that had been torn open earlier. Gao Yang paused for a breath, then took a step forward, following closely behind the other party as he rushed out through the crystal wall crack. Chapter 1090 To the Origin Sea. The black and white river surged like a divine dragon taking flight. In the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the crystal wall system, followed by a deep blue sun glowing with gold. The two moved neither fast nor slow, as if strolling in a courtyard or chasing one another. Within just a few breaths, they had already arrived at the vast, boundless Origin Sea outside the multiverse. Splash. The black and white river churned. The God Lord, standing at the pinnacle of the river, looked toward Gao Yang, who stood not far away with a burning sun above his head and a silver-white sword in his hand. In his distinct black and white eyes, aside from the majesty that had never faded, there was now a deeper sense of greed. It was the gaze of someone eyeing a delicious delicacy, a greed that made him want to dissect and swallow it whole immediately. Facing the God Lord's gaze, Gao Yang simply held Yang calmly, quietly sensing the changes of standing upon the Origin Sea at this very moment. The Origin Sea is located in the upper reaches of the multiverse. In terms of physical spacetime, there is no obvious vertical relationship between the two, but from the perspective of a higher dimension, the boundless Origin Sea lies beyond the multiverse. In this sea, the crystal wall systems of the multiverse are like continents or mountains rising from the seabed. They appear closely connected yet remain independent of one another. Of course, for the intelligent life born within the multiverse, the vast majority will never encounter the concept of the Origin Sea in their entire lives. Only those who have broken through the limitations of the multiverse, like Gao Yang and the God Lord, can understand this hidden information. And only those who have leaped beyond the three realms and are no longer bound by the five elements, like Gao Yang and the God Lord, can descend upon this sea. If a lucky soul were to accidentally enter the Origin Sea, this water, composed entirely of various fundamental laws, would grant them a heaven-sent fortune. This fortune would allow any intelligent life form to break through the barrier between a mortal and a legend. The infusion and immersion of the fundamental laws would fundamentally alter the lucky individual's body. Of course, the prerequisite is that this lucky individual must find a way back to the multiverse before being devoured by the various law-based creatures living in the Origin Sea. Otherwise, this fortune would merely make them taste better before being consumed. In the boundless Origin Sea, the arrival of Gao Yang and the God Lord attracted the attention of many law-based creatures living in the depths. The Origin Sea surged as a massive, streamlined spine with no visible and slowly surfaced. More than a dozen chaotic eyeballs hidden beneath the water paused upon seeing the burning sun and the intertwining black and white river above the surface. Immediately after, the owner of the spine obediently and rapidly dived toward the depths of the Origin Sea. Although it was born in the Origin Sea and had grown into the most powerful hegemon of the sea through endless ages of consumption, it possessed no power to act recklessly in the face of those who could stand upon the surface of the sea. Being born in the Origin Sea gave it a baseline for exceeding all other creatures. But by the same token, its ceiling was locked by the Origin Sea, making breakthroughs extremely difficult. The God Lord looked at Gao Yang, his power beginning to spread with his thoughts. Without the restrictions of the multiverse, the Origin Sea could fully withstand a battle of their level. Here, his power could be perfectly unleashed. This was the reason why he had proactively told Gao Yang that fighting within the multiverse would lead to repulsion by the multiverses because within the multiverse, his power would be constrained. Since both had broken through the upper limit of the multiverse, this restriction was not based on their actual strength, but on the tolerance limit of the multiverse itself. In other words, if they fought within the multiverse, the maximum power they could exert would be identical. For beings at their level, such restricted power would be fundamentally incapable of obliterating their opponent. The river of yin and yang began to seethe following the God Lord's intent. With a flick of his finger, the black and white river beneath his feet suddenly trembled imperceptibly. This vibration was faint, yet it shifted in tandem with the surging of the yin and yang river. At the source, it was merely an undetectable tremor, but 10 miles further, this vibration amplified. After another 100 miles, it had become impossible to ignore. This vibration extended all the way to the end of the yin and yang river. Suddenly, Gao Yang saw the river beneath the God Lord's feet whip upward like a lash. The entire river, like a celestial stream turned upside down, crashed violently toward Gao Yang and the scorching sun hanging above his head. Rumble! A continuous, thunderous roar echoed throughout the Origin Sea. The boundless seawater churned incessantly under the impact of this force. A vast number of creatures living within the Origin Sea seemed to sense the threat and dove desperately toward the depths of the ocean floor, facing the yin and yang river plunging down from above. Gao Yang exhaled the turbid air from his chest. His deep golden wool blossomed, causing the sun above his head to flare with a sudden, violent intensity. Under Gao Yang's will, the scorching sun ground through the void, evaporating the Origin Sea wherever it passed. In the perception of the many indigenous creatures of the Origin Sea, the sun and the yin and yang river collided with a deafening crash. The moment the river and the sun collided, a shockwave of power exploded. The Origin Sea beneath them shattered instantly. Cracks appeared in the water, spreading deep into the abyss. Many creatures that failed to dive deep enough were blasted toward the surface along with billions of tons of seawater. After the strike, the radiance of will in Gao Yang's eyes surged once more. In the next instant, he appeared directly in front of the God Lord, and Yang Yao slashed down ferociously. Deep blue solar battle aura and scarlet laws of slaughter entwined around the blade, wantonly unleashing Gao Yang's world-destroying power. Yin and yang fish swirled in the God Lord's eyes. A yin-yang Taiji diagram appeared before him, spinning at high speed to collide with the greatsword Gao Yang had swung down. Clang! A massive sound that seemed capable of piercing through the world erupted. The seawater surrounding them, along with the creatures within it, were instantly annihilated. Scattered yin and yang energy and drifting solar flames flew in every direction. For the first time, a ripple of emotion appeared in the God Lord's eyes. He looked at Gao Yang not far away, a flash of surprise crossing his gaze, as if he were astonished by the power Gao Yang had displayed. However, this trace of surprise lasted only for a moment. The God Lord's eyes returned to calm. With a casual grasp, as the yin and yang energy swirled, he drew a broad, slender longsword from the yin-yang vortex. The sword was wide and straight, with one side of the blade black and the other white. A Taiji diagram replaced the sword guard, rotating constantly. Yin and yang energy gushed from it, transforming into chaotic light that coiled around the blade. The God Lord held the chaos sword in one hand. His black and white robes fluttered without wind. His eyes, swirling with black and white, held no emotional fluctuation, cold, majestic, and filled with oppression. Chapter 1093, The Clash. Rumble. Rumble. Chaotic colored energy dripped along the blade, falling into the surging Origin Sea below and erupting in thunderous roars that shook the heavens. Gao Yang stood opposite the God Lord, gripping Yang Yao. He watched the God Lord, while the sword in his hand hummed incessantly. Throughout his journey, he had never once abandoned a fight because of the enemy's strength. Even against this unprecedentedly powerful God Lord, he would do his utmost to try to defeat and slay him. Brilliant radiance of will blossomed from Gao Yang's eyes, colliding violently with the God Lord's will. The moment these two vastly different yet equally massive wills clashed, layers of gale force wind swept across the Origin Sea. The surging sea surface quickly calmed under this pressure. When the last ripple dissipated, Gao Yang and the God Lord vanished from their spots simultaneously, clang. The moment the blades of the two great swords met, their will, condensed to the extreme, began a real, tangible collision along the length of the steel dot in an instant. Everything in the world disappeared from Gao Yang's sight, replaced by a space of chaos. This was the space of will constructed by the God Lord's consciousness. By pulling him here, the God Lord clearly intended to crush him within the realm of will. Gao Yang held Yang Yao, the blue-gold radiance of his will blooming in his eyes. In a flash, a deep blue sun tinged with gold was born above his head, expanding and blossoming. A nearly infinitely large deep blue sun rose violently within this chaotic space. And the moment the deep blue flames rose, Gao Yang finally saw what existed within this chaotic space of will. Scale after scale overlapped densely, forming two powerful, slender figures, one black and one white. Their massive bodies loomed in the chaos, coiled like snakes around the deep blue sun. By the light of the deep blue sun, Gao Yang saw that the black and white figures were indeed two giant snakes capable of swallowing everything in the world. The moment he saw them, the two giant snakes thrust their massive maws forward, spewing black and white venom toward the deep blue flames. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The black and white venom landed on the deep blue sun, erupting in a series of teeth-gritting, corrosive sounds. But no matter how the black and white snakes spat their venom, they could not completely extinguish the deep blue sun manifested by Gao Yang's will. Above the heads of the black and white snakes, the God Lord's consciousness looked at the deep blue sun surrounded in the center, a flash of surprise in his eyes. After sensing that the demon lord had been killed, he had assumed this would be a simple process of harvesting fruit. But this thought was completely incinerated in the face of this fiercely burning deep blue sun, because the God Lord discovered that this man, whom he had regarded as fruit, possessed a will that was not much weaker than his own. Although the total volume of his will was inferior to his own, the plan to directly crush the opponent's will and destroy him through the space of will was simply impossible to achieve. In the next instant, Gao Yang and the God Lord opened their eyes simultaneously, realizing that they could not quickly end the battle in the space of will. Both men simultaneously chose to destroy the other in the physical world. Swish. The moment the God Lord opened his eyes, a golden sword shadow had already charged before him. The yin-yang Taiji diagram bloomed at the center of the God Lord's brow. The golden sword shadow collided with the Taiji diagram, instantly shattering into a multitude of light fragments of will. The moment these light fragments shattered, they instantly coalesced into the form of Gao Yang. He gripped Yang Yao, and the great sword, flickering with deep blue battle aura, struck down ferociously toward the God Lord's head. Wherever the blade passed, a long, pitch-black crack remained in space. The God Lord's eyes remained cold, facing this strike from Gao Yang. He swiftly raised his arm, and his chaos sword clashed violently against the deep blue greatsword. Clang! A deafening explosion erupted from the collision of heavy metal. Countless dense, pitch-black cracks burst open around the two of them. Even the Origin Sea, a region stable to the extreme, could not avoid suffering unbearable damage under the full force strikes of two beings at the level of transcending the multiverse. Deep, bottomless fissures tore through the Origin Sea, and the surrounding areas suffered the same fate. A buzzing sound rang in the God Lord's ears, and the world before him blurred. He forced his eyes shut and opened them again, only to see a crimson greatsword radiating extreme danger already slashing toward his chest. The Taiji fish in the God Lord's eyes flashed abruptly. Gao Yang's head snapped backward as if he had collided with an exceptionally solid piece of space. Gao Yang's shattered forehead healed rapidly. He lowered his head to look at the God Lord, sword light surging from his body and enveloping him entirely. Immediately after, he blocked with Yang Yao, parrying the chaos sword that the God Lord had swung down. Clang! The moment the two swords clashed, countless overlapping images appeared in the world before Gao Yang's eyes. Chaos energy ground everything around him into dust, and a pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared behind him, a terrifying suction force erupting from within. With a burst of will, a brilliant radiance bloomed on Gao Yang's body, making it look as if he were outlined by a glowing border. This radiance caused his body to be nailed firmly into this region like a steel spike, no matter how great the suction force from the black vortex behind him became. It could not shake his body in the slightest. Gao Yang stood there with a black vortex spanning thousands of meters behind him, Dazzling purple lightning danced across his body, and in the next instant, it all converged into the greatsword in his hand. His arm tensed slightly, and then he thrust his sword toward the godlord's position. Catastrophe, thunderclap. A streak of lightning erupted and shot out, leaving behind a pitch-black channel that refused to heal for a long time. This lightning bolt was like a sharp sword, reaching the godlord in an instant. With a pop, the black and white energies formed an arrow, colliding with the lightning sword and annihilating each other. With one strike failing, Gao Yang stomped hard and lunged toward the godlord at full speed. Behind him, the pitch-black vortex that had been emitting terrifying suction force shattered under the impact of his stomp and rapidly collapsed. In the next instant, he had already broken through layers of chaos barriers and appeared in front of the godlord. He held Yang Yao high, and hideous, ugly cracks spread wantonly along the blade, as if it were gathering all the lightning in the sky, or as if the sword were so heavy that even this region could not bear its weight. Human calamity, heaven opening. The space at the tip of the Yang Yao sword shattered instantly. All the fragments of the region were swept up by the cracks, and like a pulled tablecloth, they pressed down toward the godlord opposite him along with the force of the sword. Sensing the weight of the world carried by this strike, the godlord took a step back. As he retreated, the space he occupied was submerged by chaos energy, and a shell made entirely of chaos energy replaced his body. Appearing beneath Gao Yang's sword, Yang Yao slashed down, and energy swords that were nearly tangible pierced out from the shell. Gao Yang turned instantly, and a greatsword wrapped in chaos energy appeared silently before him. He reacted with extreme speed. Yang Yao split into thousands, colliding with the incoming chaos sword. Clang, the sword light trembled, clashing thousands of times in the blink of an eye. Slash marks exploded across Gao Yang's body, only to heal instantly. A black and white sword aura swept across the origin sea, instantly shattering the numerous slash marks Gao Yang had distributed before him and striking his body heavily. Gao Yang was sent flying backward, his feet plowing to trenches 100 kilometers long and several kilometers deep into the surface of the origin sea before he could barely come to a stop. Drip, drip. Drops of pure blood trickled down his chin, and the moment they hit the origin sea, they merged back into his body as if time were flowing in reverse. Gao Yang looked up at the godlord. The opponent did not pursue, but stood in place, looking down at him coldly. Chapter 1094, Unfettered Intent Slash. Gao Yang met the godlord's gaze, his crimson catastrophe aura merging with his stare to form a blood sword that pierced toward the godlord's eyes. A black and white Taiji diagram emerged before the godlord's eyes, blocking the blood sword formed by Gao Yang's gaze. Where the two collided, the space appeared in layers of folds, like a carpet being bunched up by a hand. Gao Yang exerted force with his legs, his body shooting out like an arrow from a bow. The sea surface beneath his feet exploded, and a massive bowl-shaped crater formed from the radiating seawater. In a thousandth of a second, Gao Yang had already reached the front of the godlord. Just as he raised Yang Yao to slash down at him, he suddenly saw the godlord splay his 5 fingers toward him. At the same time, a thick, imposing voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Chaos divides into yin and yang. Yin and yang transform into the 5 elements. Before the voice had completely faded, a 5-colored divine light erupted from the godlord's hand, transforming into a vast torrent of divine light that crossed the infinite distance in the blink of an eye. It struck Gao Yang's chest directly, as if traveling through time and space. Gao Yang's movements froze. Everything around him was moving at high speed. He watched the godlord getting further and further away, along with the 5-colored divine light that enveloped him. A momentary confusion appearing in his eyes. Within the 5-colored divine light, he was still maintaining his lunging posture, and even the Yang Yao in his hand remained unchanged. But now, he could see his own back. In an instant, Gao Yang realized that this strange perspective was because his soul had been shaken out of his physical body by this divine light. This 5-colored divine light could not only imprison the physical body, but it also possessed an immeasurable knockback effect on the soul. With a burst of will, Gao Yang's rapidly retreating soul body came to an immediate halt. At that very instant, the Chaos Sword, wreathed in chaotic energy, had already slashed toward him. The godlord gripped the Chaos Sword, and the chaotic energy upon his arm formed rows of fine, Sharp spikes. This was the sharpening effect produced when energy was agitated to its absolute limit. The God Lord was certain that, given Gao Yang's soul form, he would absolutely be unable to block this strike. Gao Yang understood this as well, yet he still swung the great sword of will in his hand. Colliding it with the incoming chaos sword with a thunderous boom, clang, a crisp, clashing sound exploded, and countless light particles burst open beside Gao Yang. His right arm bent slightly, successfully parrying the God Lord's strike. His right arm was not a translucent soul form, but a solid, tangible body of flesh and blood. The God Lord's perception expanded, discovering that Gao Yang's physical body, which had been frozen in place by his five-colored divine light just moments ago, had vanished. Recalling the pale red light particles that had exploded beside Gao Yang, he understood that in the split second of their clash, Gao Yang's physical body had transformed into these tiny particles and reconverged upon his soul form. However, because time had been too short, Gao Yang had only managed to reform his sword-wielding right arm and a small portion of his torso. Flesh and blood particles rapidly converged, and at the same time, Gao Yang thrust his sword toward the God Lord. A pitch-black sword scar appeared in an instant, heading straight for the God Lord's chest. This was the star-piercing sword in the hands of Gao Yang at this moment. It was a true blade capable of piercing the stars. A sensation of extreme penetration emerged in the God Lord's perception. The moment he sensed this sword, his perception was already pierced through by it, and a faint trace of pain was fed back into his mind. This caused a look of gravity to appear in the God Lord's eyes. This sword could not be taken lightly. If he failed to block it completely, even he would be run through. Chaos is formless. Five-colored light bloomed from the God Lord's body. As they merged, the God Lord's figure vanished instantly before the tip of the sword could strike. Whoosh! Yang failed to hit the God Lord. The sword, containing terrifying power, shot out, carving an endless, pitch-black scar across the sky above the origin sea. The moment after the sword intent erupted, the God Lord reappeared in his original spot. Gao Yang looked at the reappearing God Lord and raised his sword to strike again. In that previous instant, the God Lord must have actively banished his own body outside the origin sea. This banishment was extremely brief, so brief that once the duration ended or the God Lord sensed the threat had passed, he could use his lingering existence to return to the original point. Although that strike had not succeeded, Gao Yang's body had also finished recovering in that instant. Therefore, this strike was filled with power, so heavy that the space around the God Lord was compressed until it emitted a crackling sound. In this moment, these compressed spaces transformed into individual spatial blades, all aimed at the God Lord. As long as the God Lord dared to shift his position, he would have to face these spatial blades. The God Lord naturally understood this, so he directly raised his hand and swung his sword at Gao Yang. Clang! Yang clashed with the Chaos Sword once more. The two equally sharp blades bit into and ground against each other, emitting a piercing sound. The deep blue solar battle chi and the chaotic energy devoured and extinguished one another. The surrounding space cracked repeatedly under their immense force, only to heal rapidly under the rules of the origin sea. Gao Yang looked at the God Lord opposite him through the locked blades. The moment their eyes met, a brilliant radiance of will bloomed, and simultaneously, his solar battle chi erupted violently. The God Lord felt something was wrong. Chaotic energy propelled the Chaos Sword in his hand, and he slashed down at Gao Yang with all his might. Crack, 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 crack. The solid space exploded repeatedly under the swords. Layers of spatial shockwaves were generated beneath the blades, only to freeze instantly as if encased in ice. This was a sign that the surrounding space-time had been reinforced to the point where even spatial fluctuations could not spread. The Chaos Sword stopped a meter away from Gao Yang's side, and the God Lord himself could not advance even an inch further. The moment the God Lord stopped, Gao Yang's strike descended. Natural disaster, shattered domain. Yang suddenly expanded several times over, like a terrifying heavy hammer capable of crushing a crystal wall system. Under the gaze of the God Lord's yin-yang swirling eyes, it crashed down with a heavy strike. Crack boom. The space-time that had been reinforced to the extreme shattered instantly under this sword. As the space-time crack spread, the chaotic robe covering the opponent's body was torn apart by brute force. Wounds appeared one after another on the God Lord's body, and blood, thick as syrup, spilled from the gashes, and like Gao Yang, the God Lord paid no attention to the spilling blood, letting it slide down his body and drip into the origin sea beneath his feet. Each drop of blood, the size of a pea, slammed into the seawater, yet emitted a thunderous roar, splashing up water columns nearly 100 meters high. Immediately following, this area of the origin sea boiled completely. Countless marine creatures that caught the scent of blood rushed toward this spot as if mad, charging toward the blood dripping from the God Lord. It was as if that were not blood, but some supreme divine medicine. The changes in the sea could not affect the two of them in the slightest. The God Lord stared coldly at Gao Yang, the Taiji diagram in his eyes beginning to spin rapidly. Immediately after, a massive Taiji diagram appeared in front of the God Lord, blocking the incoming great sword. An unstoppable, immense force surged forth. The God Lord, along with his sword, was knocked away, shooting out in the direction of the sword strike. Gao Yang stomped down hard. The space beneath his feet, along with the boiling origin sea further below, let out a simultaneous wail. A massive footprint appeared on the surface of the sea, and countless marine creatures that had been fighting for the blood just moments ago were crushed into thin paper. Gao Yang lunged toward the God Lord. The world retreated rapidly in his perception, but before he could advance very far, a strong sense of crisis emerged. Gao Yang clenched his left fist and punched into the empty space before him, shattering the chaotic spikes that had appeared silently on his path. Jagged wounds appeared on his knuckles. If he had not smashed these chaotic spikes in time, they would have pierced through his body and skull, causing severe damage to his form. Gao Yang was forced to stop, but in the next instant, he raised his hand and thrust his sword toward the God Lord. A cone-shaped sword, or a flashing and vanishing in a blink. The sword energy surged instantly before the God Lord. A Taiji diagram manifested, and the cone-rain sword energy collided with it, shattering into a sky full of fine sword filaments. Just as the cone-rain sword energy shattered, a massive hand that seemed to cover the sky reached out, grasping at the scattering sword filaments. In an instant, the flying filaments condensed into a sword that appeared substantial, held firmly in the hand of Gao Yang, who then swung it down toward the God Lord once more. Catastrophe, will sword. The radiance of his will bloomed, and the battle chi sword in Gao Yang's hand struck down ferociously. A powerful wind pressure rushed toward them, causing the God Lord's tattered robes to snap violently. Facing the battle chi sword that radiated the brilliance of will, the God Lord raised his chaos sword, and the chaotic energy within it suddenly transformed into an extremely sharp golden light. The brilliant golden sword struck down, colliding head-on with the descending battle chi sword without any fancy maneuvers. Immediately after, sharp sword energy soared into the sky, actually splitting Gao Yang's battle chi sword down the middle, turning it into two torrents of sword energy that swept past the God Lord on either side. The battle chi dissipated into scattering embers. The next instant, Gao Yang had already charged before the God Lord. His dragon-like, powerful body was covered in bulging muscles, and the Yang Yao sword gripped tightly in his right hand erupted with an incredibly blinding sword intent. Ripples of sword energy bloomed, causing the void to fluctuate incessantly. A shocking killing intent pierced into the God Lord's perception like needles. A strike containing such extreme will and killing intent was enough to annihilate an entire crystal wall system along with all the life within it. Clang! The sword hummed as it soared into the sky. As Yang Yao struck down, the sharp sword intent bloomed, splitting the vast and boundless origin sea in two. A bottomless scar extended to the very edge of perception. A massive Taiji diagram appeared before the God Lord. The yin and yang energies within the diagram rotated frantically, and dense chaotic energy erupted from within. He raised his hand and thrust the chaos blade in his hand into the Taiji diagram. The next instant, a chaos giant blade, magnified countless times, surged out from the Taiji diagram, clashing head-on with the descending Yang Yao. In just an instant, the surface of the origin sea dropped by nearly 100 meters, and the sea surface directly beneath Gao Yang and the God Lord evaporated to a depth of 1,000 meters, revealing a massive, bowl-shaped crater. The giant blade shattered, and dense, bloody cracks burst open along the God Lord's right arm, which held the sword. The God Lord's expression remained unchanged. With a grab of his left hand, the splashing blood was suddenly sucked and gathered at his fingertips. He then pointed at Gao Yang, and as the yin and yang energies merged into it, a blood-colored ray erupted and shot out. The blood-colored ray pierced through the space along its path, triggering one sonic boom after another, leaving behind a black, circular hole in space only as thick as a finger. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. A flash of sword light appeared, and he vanished from his original spot. Swoosh. With a soft sound. The spot where he had been standing was pierced by the blood-colored ray, and the surrounding space was completely pulverized, turning into a vacuum black hole with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Gao Yang appeared 1,000 meters behind the Godlord. The moment he appeared, the Godlord had already turned around. With a slight lift of his finger, the blood-colored ray swept across the void, reaching Gao Yang's side in an instant. This blood-colored ray was not a one-time attack. It was similar to a laser pointer, held in the Godlord's hand. The sword light flickered again, and Gao Yang vanished the moment the ray swept past. The blood-colored ray lashed out wantonly, creating black hole vacuums wherever it passed, chasing the streak of sword light that Gao Yang had become. The moment another black hole vacuum was born, a massive suction force erupted suddenly, and Gao Yang's body was affected by the pull, stalling for an instant. A strong sense of crisis exploded. The brilliant radiance of his will bloomed from his body, ignoring everything else. Gao Yang took a step forward and thrust his sword toward the Godlord in the distance. Swoosh. The moment he thrust his sword, the blood-colored ray instantly swept across his chest, and a chaotic, burning line appeared. Immediately after, a black hole with a diameter of 10,000 meters was born with Gao Yang at its center, and a massive suction force enveloped him. Visible particles of flesh and blood, centered on the burn mark on Gao Yang's chest, were sucked toward the vacuum black hole behind him. The brilliant radiance of his will wrapped around Gao Yang's body. His movements did not falter in the slightest, and Yang Yao continued to thrust firmly toward the Godlord. As this sword was thrust out, the surrounding space-time did not change in the slightest, but the thrusting Yang Yao abruptly vanished from the Godlord's perception. The next instant, the Godlord's pupils dilated as a sword tip abruptly pierced out from his back. This sword was the pinnacle of Gao Yang's achievements in the field of space-time, named Sacrifice of Life. Yang Yao struck into the Godlord's body, and the sun-scorching effect took hold immediately. The Godlord's physical body and soul began to burn fiercely in an instant, and the deep blue true sun fire swallowed his body in the blink of an eye. The moment the true sun fire erupted, Gao Yang had already backhanded his sword toward the black hole beneath him. A sky-piercing scar appeared, and the 10,000-meter-wide black hole was split into from the center, then shattered suddenly. The suction disappeared, the sword light flickered, and Gao Yang charged toward the Godlord once again. From within the raging true sun fire, an arm wrapped in chaotic energy reached out. The entangled chaotic energy erupted, and the space-time in front of the Godlord was instantly churned into a chaotic mess. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Gao Yang's eyes. At this moment, the Godlord was ignited by the true sun fire, his soul and body simultaneously enduring the indescribable burning of the true fire. If he were given a moment to catch his breath, with the Godlord's regenerative abilities, such injuries would likely heal in the blink of an eye. By then, the situation he had worked so hard to turn in his favor would return to square one. Having reached this level, Gao Yang knew very well that these kinds of injuries, which did not damage the origin, could not even be considered injuries for existences of their caliber. Of course, the burning state caused by the true sun fire could not be healed, and the minimum duration would be 240 hours, because its foundation was Gao Yang's battle chi, as scorching as the sun, and his will, which was brilliant to the extreme. Unless Gao Yang was killed, this point could not be changed. The radiance of his will bloomed, and Gao Yang ferociously crashed into the chaotic space-time. His entire person had almost transformed into a sword, violently and domineeringly slashing away the chaotic space-time before him. Locked in by his will, in just an instant, Gao Yang broke through the Godlord's blockade, flashed before the Godlord, and struck with his sword in a rage through the explosive, burning sun true fire. Gao Yang locked eyes with the Godlord. In that instant, he saw the Taiji diagram that had been spinning frantically within the Godlord's eyes come to an abrupt halt. Everything in the surrounding area stalled along with it, whether it was time, space, or any other myriad phenomena. All came to a complete standstill. Gao Yang remained frozen before the Godlord. The radiance of his will, which had been shining from his eyes, stopped dispersing, and even his thoughts fell into a state of total stagnation. The God Lord reached out his palm, pushing through the explosive sun-true fire. From each of his 5 fingers, a chaotic vortex bloomed, and immediately after, 5 beams of chaos, condensed to the absolute limit, shot toward Gao Yang, who was within arm's reach. A brilliant radiance of will erupted. As the immortal will bloomed, a golden sword shadow flashed and vanished within Gao Yang's pupils. The next instant, his frozen thoughts began to churn once more. Sensing his own state, Gao Yang did not hesitate. His mind expanded, and a deep blue light erupted from his pupils. In this moment, he directly consumed 95% of his essence, energy, and spirit. Based on the foundation of my heart at ease, he entered the ultimate state of self-actualization. An indescribable sense of control welled up in his heart. In this instant, Gao Yang's perception expanded explosively. The rules of the multiverse flowed through his mind like water. The law of slaughter, which had previously been just a hair's breadth away from being fully comprehended, was now completely perfected without the slightest obstruction. Time, space, and even the various rule origins within the origin sea beneath him opened their hearts to him. As long as he wished, he could touch and master them. Gao Yang's deep blue eyes looked at the God Lord, who was right before him. The 5 chaotic beams shot out from the opponent's hands, carrying the power to annihilate all things as they streaked toward him. Yet, at this moment, in Gao Yang's eyes, these 5 attacks were so slow that he could manipulate everything around him with his will and calmly evade them. However, Gao Yang did not do so. The deep blue radiance of his will bloomed, and the area that was already stalled entered a state of stagnation once again. A look of astonishment appeared in the God Lord's eyes, but he was frozen in place as the area locked up. Gao Yang slowly lowered his head to look at his own palm. The ultimate state of self-actualization could only be maintained for a single, fleeting second, but for existences of their level, an instant was enough to accomplish many things. He raised the Yang Yao sword, and deep blue radiance bloomed from the blade. He looked at the God Lord, who was trapped in the stagnation, and swung his sword down. This strike integrated all of Gao Yang's essence, energy, and spirit. It was the strongest sword strike he had ever unleashed in his life. As the sword fell, all constraints, all threats, and all karma were annihilated. It was flawless, stainless, and untainted by dust, achieving supreme, absolute freedom. Thus, this sword was named Self-Actualization/Clang. The chaotic energy spontaneously formed a Taiji diagram, wrapping the God Lord within it. As this sword fell, the Taiji diagram shattered with a roar. Scorching sword marks bloomed once more. In the eyes of the current Gao Yang, there were no secrets left in the God Lord. His final method of self-preservation was extinguished. Under this sword, the God Lord was destined to die. Clang. The deep blue greatsword slashed through. A sword mark appeared on the God Lord's neck, followed by the eruption of crimson sun-true fire, a supreme flame that fused the laws of slaughter and the blazing sun. Even with the God Lord's physique, he could not withstand it. The stagnant space-time shattered, and time began to flow once again. The yin-yang luster in the God Lord's eyes had been replaced by a deep blue slash mark. He looked at Gao Yang, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, everything transformed into a long, regretful sigh. Amidst the sigh, the God Lord's body rapidly turned to ash within the crimson sun-true fire. The deep blue radiance was about to fade. Gao Yang looked up, and the river of time appeared in his vision. His gaze crossed endless distances, looking toward the direction from which the God Lord had come. After confirming that the God Lord did not exist in the past, present, or future, he finally set his mind at ease, and the radiance in his eyes quickly extinguished. Waves of dizziness suddenly surged up. Having exited the ultimate state of self-actualization, Gao Yang's vision went black. He grabbed onto the space beside him to steady his form, and after panting several times, his vision cleared. Looking at the place where the God Lord had been annihilated, an unprecedented sense of relief washed over his body and mind. The God Lord was dead, and everything in the future would be firmly grasped in his own hands. Just then, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. System prompt: the hunting divine office has been successfully activated. This hunt is complete. You have gained 17.29% of fate weight. Current fate wait, the origin sea churned, and countless massive sea creatures revealed their forms, looking at Gao Yang with a mix of longing and fear. They craved the fate wait, yet they were terrified of being slain by the existence before them, so they could only watch from afar. The surge in fate wait made Gao Yang feel that his distance from the multiverse had grown slightly further. Fortunately, he could still sense the existence of Earth and the Qingshu Cave Heaven. With a flash of thought, he vanished from above the origin sea the next instant. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Sesame wishes all foster fathers and mothers a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, a happy family reunion, happiness, health, and may all your wishes come true. Taking a day off today. Chapter 1095 Digestion and Absorption. In the Cave Heaven, Qingshu Hall. In the empty hall, a deep blue sword light suddenly appeared. The sword light condensed into a human form, and Gao Yang stepped out from it. Returning to the Qingshu Cave Heaven made Gao Yang feel an immediate sense of relief. The battle with the God Lord earlier might not have seemed long in time, but the pressure of every single second had pushed his nerves to the absolute limit. After defeating the God Lord, the feeling of rejection from the multiverse had also made him feel uncomfortable. But after he forcibly returned to the Qingshu Cave Heaven, both the pressure brought by the God Lord and the rejection from the will of the multiverse vanished. An unprecedented sense of ease made Gao Yang let out a long sigh of relief. He leaned back casually into the wide chair, exhaling a long stream of air. His brow was relaxed as never before, and then he slowly closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep right there in the chair. One day later, Gao Yang opened his eyes, a brilliant radiance blooming within them. After a full day and night of sleep, the mental exhaustion had been swept away, and an endless supply of energy surged through his physique. He clenched his fist, and deep blue battle chi bloomed in his hand according to his will. The spacer on his fist showed visible wrinkles, and at the edges of these folds, tiny, pitch-black cracks appeared. Unable to bear the immense pressure, Gao Yang released his grip, and the spacer on his palm rapidly recovered. The most important gain from this battle with the God Lord was not the destiny weight acquired after slaying him, but the various inspirations, or rather, the lessons that the God Lord had provided simply by appearing before him. Before the God Lord appeared, Gao Yang had never imagined that anyone could step across the river of time, reverse space-time, and descend into the past. It could be said that the appearance of the God Lord was like a beam of light, illuminating the path ahead for Gao Yang. Without the God Lord, perhaps after Gao Yang's strength had reached a certain level, he would have slowly come into contact with concepts such as the river of time, destiny weight, and will anchoring. But if he had been left to comprehend these things purely on his own, it might have taken thousands or even tens of thousands of years to realize them. However, the God Lord's appearance had thoroughly revealed the future scenery of this path to Gao Yang, without the need for verbal instruction or guidance. The moment he saw the God Lord's actions, the relevant concepts were accepted, synthesized, and understood by him, subsequently allowing him to complete his own unique will anchoring. It could be said that the God Lord, simply by appearing before Gao Yang, had saved him thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years of time. Gao Yang closed his eyes and began to digest the gains from this battle. Previously, during the fight, he had only had a rough concept of the God Lord's various methods. To thoroughly digest and absorb them, making them his own and wielding them as easily as his own limbs, would still require a little time. For the current Gao Yang, this process truly required only a tiny amount of time. In just a few minutes, as the deep blue solar battle chi bloomed upon his body, the projection of the sun above the Qingshu Grotto Heaven was gradually stained with deep blue. Within seconds, the originally golden sun had completely transformed into a deep blue blazing sun. Warm, pale blue sunlight slowly radiated outward, casting a layer of azure over the entire Qingshu Grotto Heaven. Gao Yang sat cross-legged, his eyes half open and half closed, yet his consciousness, in this instant, permeated every corner of the Qingshu Grotto Heaven along with the sunlight. Mountains, earth, rivers, oceans, and even the caves that the sunlight could not reach, all appeared within his consciousness. Is this my Qingshu Grotto Heaven? As the Lord of the Plain, Gao Yang already controlled the entire Qingshu Grotto Heaven, but compared to this moment, the former could only be considered steering the helm, while the latter was a complete fusion with the vessel. The gap between the two was far too vast. Just like at this very moment. He even had the feeling that if he wanted to, the Qingshu Grotto heaven would be like modeling clay, allowing him to knead and shape it at will into any form he desired. This was a total and absolute control. He could even accomplish anything he wished within the Qingshu Grotto heaven if he so desired. Furthermore, he could feel that as his will anchoring within the multiverse became increasingly clear, the scope of this control was also constantly expanding. In just a few minutes, this control spread from the Qingshu Grotto heaven to the entire Earth. Whoosh! A ripple appeared in the pitch-black starry sky outside the Earth. And the next instant, Gao Yang appeared there. He looked at the azure planet magnified several times before him, and with a thought, an endless number of Gao Yangs simultaneously appeared outside the Earth, as if a spherical shield were wrapping the entire planet within it. So many phantoms existed for only a brief moment before they all dissipated. A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. This was an attempt at his reflection upon the heavens. As for the principle behind it, it was also a usage of will anchoring. As the saying goes, all paths lead to the same destination. Merging one's body with the Great Tao is a state where a practitioner has reached a certain level of enlightenment regarding the Great Tao, subsequently merging themselves into it. Wherever the Great Tao exists, they exist. It could also be said that they are omnipresent. At the same time, the things they have done will leave traces within the Great Tao, recorded in the river of time, never to be erased even as the river of time washes over them repeatedly. And those who have merged with the Great Tao can manifest anywhere the Great Tao reaches with just a single thought. Since the Great Tao is omnipresent within the multiverse, they are also omnipresent. This is what is meant by reflecting upon the heavens. Will anchoring is no different from merging with the Great Tao. By anchoring one's own will into the will of the multiverse, which has no consciousness of its own and is merely the manifestation of the rules that maintain the operation of the multiverse, i.e., the Great Tao one achieves this. Therefore, the ultimate carrier of so-called will anchoring is the Great Tao, and the current Gao Yang had only initially anchored his own will into the Great Tao. As he deepened this anchoring, he would be able to achieve the goal of merging with the Great Tao. When that time came, he would be able to reflect upon the heavens, and that time would not be long. Of course, this process had extremely high requirements for both the quality and quantity of one's will. The quality of the will was merely the raw material. On top of that, one needed sufficient destiny weight to serve as a carving knife. Only by using the will as material could one carve their own will onto the Great Tao and complete the will anchoring. In short, before one's strength reached the point of contacting and understanding destiny weight, achieving will anchoring was simply impossible. Gao Yang withdrew his perception, and his body vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he had returned to the Qingshu Grotto heaven. Gao Yang sat cross-legged in the training arena, the brilliant radiance of his will shining from his eyes. He slowly closed his eyes and began to continuously engrave his own will onto the will of the multiverse. Chapter 1096. High above the skull dome, the eternal blazing sun, inside the Qingshu main hall, time had come to a standstill at this moment. Deep blue liquid filled every corner of the hall, yet there was no sense of suffocation as one might feel in the deep sea. Gao Yang remained sitting quietly on his chair, a deep blue radiance like flowing water diffusing from his body. This was the manifestation of his will merging with his battle aura. At the same time, it signified that his connection with this world was constantly deepening, which was also a manifestation of his will being anchored. Yang Yao stood upright beside Gao Yang, its blade emitting a faint, continuous hum. It was unknown how much time had passed before the deep blue liquid within the Qingshu Great Hall began to gradually converge toward the space above Gao Yang's head. The liquid that filled the entire hall gathered and compressed, centered on a point 1 zhang above Gao Yang's head. Amidst the constant compression, a droplet of deep blue, tinged with purple, suddenly appeared. The moment it emerged, the liquid throughout the entire hall seemed to find its core, rumble. In just an instant, the liquid in the hall boiled violently, with the blue-purple droplet as the core. A vortex roared into existence, and the viscous, deep blue liquid poured down toward the center. Under the infusion of such a vast amount of deep blue liquid, the blue-purple droplet began to slowly grow and expand, transforming into a miniature sun, with strands of light blooming from within. When all the deep blue liquid in the hall had been poured into that miniature sun, a purple gold sun with a diameter exceeding 10 meters appeared above Gao Yang's head. Clang! Yang Yao erupted with a crisp sword hum, suddenly shooting into the sky and heading straight for the purple gold sun. Without the slightest obstruction, Yang Yao pierced through the surface of the purple gold sun, the entire sword sinking into its interior before vanishing from sight. The next instant, the light emitted by the purple gold sun began to change. The radiance, which had previously only felt warm, now carried a faint trace of pressure and chill. That feeling was like a sword of Damocles hanging over one's head. The moment even the slightest malice arose in one's heart, the originally warm sunlight would transform into a sharp, bloodless sword intent. Only then did Gao Yang slowly open his eyes. At this moment, his originally black pupils had turned the same purple gold as the sun above his head. His young, stern face, set off by these purple gold eyes, gained an intense sense of majesty. Opening his eyes meant that Gao Yang's anchoring to the multiverse's will was complete. From now on, although he would still be rejected by the multiverse's will, this rejection would no longer be able to force him out of the multiverse. And his will anchor was precisely this supreme blazing sun above his head that had swallowed Yang Yao, or perhaps the eternal blazing sun was more accurate. It was the product of the combination of the eternal undying meditation technique created by Gao Yang himself and his solar furnace battle aura. Not a whit weaker than the true concept of a sun within the multiverse. Because of the existence of Yang Yao, this concept was even more aggressive than a standard sun. The existence of this eternal blazing sun was the proof of the anchor between the current Gao Yang and the entire multiverse. Gao Yang looked up at the eternal blazing sun above him. The 10-meter diameter sun hovered just 1 zhang above his head. The raging purple gold fireball occupied his entire field of vision, leaving no room for anything else. Gao Yang's gaze flickered, and then the entire eternal blazing sun began to rise. This ascent was not a physical one, but rather a continuous rising within his consciousness. A moment later, the eternal blazing sun vanished from Gao Yang's eyes. At the same time, every living creature on earth stopped whatever they were doing at that moment. All beings froze in place, lifting their heads to look upward. 1 zhang above their heads, a purple gold sun was burning fiercely, with endless light and heat seemingly radiating from within it. Majestic, sacred, impossible to look at directly, and impossible to profane. A purple gold sun. At this moment, the same question surfaced in the minds of countless beings. Many creatures subconsciously looked toward the direction of the sun, only to find that the familiar sun was still hanging high in a place they could not reach. The moment they looked at the original sun, this purple gold sun would abruptly disappear. And the instant that thought was born in their minds, the purple gold sun would reappear 1 zhang above their heads, as if it did not exist in reality. Standing in the Qingshu Great Hall, Gao Yang sensed everything that was happening. Then, as his will radiated outward, the eternal blazing sun anchored to the multiverse's will began to resonate with him. Thus, in just a few seconds, this purple gold eternal blazing sun abruptly appeared 1 zhang above the heads of the intelligent beings across the countless crystal walls of the multiverse. Mortals, transcendents, legends, and even the gods who were manifestations of the multiverse's rules all saw this purple gold blazing sun above their heads at this moment. Confusion appeared in everyone's eyes as they looked at the purple gold sun not far above them. Their minds filled with doubt and uncertainty. The void began to tremble, and thoughts began to spread. Gao Yang closed his eyes. At this moment, his will was reflected across the heavens, and living beings in countless planes and crystal walls of the multiverse all saw the eternal blazing sun that represented his will. From this day forward, this purple gold blazing sun would be forever etched into the minds of the endless beings of the multiverse, unable to be erased no matter how the river of time washed over it. And it was also at this moment, through the purple gold sun, that Gao Yang clearly saw Lisa in the Eberron world. Her originally flat abdomen was now fully distended. A smile graced her face, and her hands caressed her bulging belly. Her beautiful face was filled with maternal radiance. He saw Melifina, wearing sunglasses and lying on a beach chair, leisurely enjoying the sunshine. Her golden hair bloomed with fine golden light under the sun's illumination, looking comfortable and peaceful. Following that, he saw Ange Bailey and the others, who were still fighting on the front lines of the blood war, relying on the floating city of Golden Land. They were also quietly looking up at the sky. He also saw many others with whom he had crossed paths. And at this very moment, every one of them was looking up at the sky with expressions of shock and doubt. Gao Yang's heart stirred, and the next moment, his body vanished from the Qingshu cave heaven. Subtle spatial fluctuations bloomed, and Gao Yang stepped out from the void, immediately catching sight of Lisa's face, which was filled with surprise. After his will reflected across the heavens, distance was no longer an obstacle for him. As long as he wished, he could descend upon any corner of the multiverse, just as he had done now. Gao Yang, it really is you. A smile blossomed on Lisa's face as she opened her arms and rushed toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang gently pulled her body, which had become slightly fuller due to her pregnancy, into his embrace. He kissed her cheek softly before placing his palm upon her belly. Through the soft fabric and her skin, he could feel that vibrant life. It was his offspring. Chapter 1097. Sitting in the cave heaven, the great freedom sword god late at night. The dragon emblem spanning the sky of Eberron still emitted a hazy golden glow. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, glanced at the sleeping Lisa, and exhaled softly. The next instant, he had vanished from the bedchamber. The future of Lisa and his child was inextricably linked to Eberron. For their safety, Gao Yang needed to completely eliminate any hidden dangers. When he last came to Eberron, he had not had the time to resolve this threat, but now, it was no longer a threat to him. At the bottom of the Eberron world, amidst the endless darkness, a touch of deep blue sunlight suddenly bloomed. The next moment, a scorching sun rose abruptly within this endless darkness, its infinite, blazing light completely dispelling the gloom. In just an instant, countless creatures living in the darkness were killed by this searing sunlight. Gao Yang did not care about this. He walked with his hands behind his back across the land filled with endless darkness. The blazing light bloomed wantonly from his body, and while his movements seemed slow, they were actually swift. The space around him shifted rapidly. In just a few steps, the eternal sun that Gao Yang had transformed into arrived above a vast, boundless abyss. This abyss seemed to have gathered all the filth of the Eberron world, cold, filthy, violent, and evil. All sorts of emotions were bred and grew within this chasm. And here was the place where the underworld dragon Kyber resided. Sunlight spilled into the abyss, illuminating an area that had not been touched by light for millions of years. Shining along with it was the colossal monster suppressed here. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of chains shaking and colliding echoed from the bottom of the abyss. Each sound was immensely heavy and carried astonishing penetrative power. The surrounding world regions trembled with the noise, appearing with complex, overlapping shadows. This scene, which resembled the collapse of the world, should have exerted a bone-deep pressure on all living beings, yet for Gao Yang, it did not carry even a shred of pressure. Roar! A deep, violent dragon roar erupted from the bottom of the abyss. Scarlet flames burst forth from the depths, occupying the entire abyss in an instant, rushing toward the sky like a river flowing in reverse. Facing the surging scarlet flames, Gao Yang did not even lift an eyelid. The eternal sun surrounding him suddenly blazed with intensity, and under the scorching sunlight, the scarlet flames that had just erupted violently melted away like ice and snow. The scarlet flames vanished, replaced by a pair of massive, dark red, gold-flecked vertical pupils slowly rising from the bottom of the abyss. Violence, arrogance, cruelty, all kinds of extreme negative emotions emanated from these brutal pupils. Beneath these vertical pupils were thick, yellowish-brown scales arranged in overlapping rows. The combination of so many dragon scales formed the massive body of the underworld dragon Kyber, which struck fear into the hearts of all sentient beings. Gao Yang lowered his head, meeting the gaze of Kyber's evil, brutal vertical pupils. The mental shock that had appeared in the past did not even have the qualifications to enter his sea of consciousness before being easily annihilated. The brutality in Kyber's vertical pupils gradually faded. The moment they made contact, it already knew that the human before it was different from those it had encountered, devoured, or even suppressed in the past. There was no emotion in the other's eyes. They were as indifferent as the eternal, unmeltable isotope glacier. A casual glance was enough to make Kyber's brutal and evil consciousness feel as if it had been doused in ice, falling into a suffocating, deathly silence. Gao Yang looked at the silent yet hideous dragon head protruding from the abyss. The creature seemed to want to communicate with him, but he had no such intention. Whether they communicated or not would not affect his decision, nor could it change Kyber's ultimate fate. The methods the creature had used long ago had already determined this scene today. Gao Yang raised his hand and pointed casually at the hideous dragon head. The underworld dragon Kyber's vertical pupils suddenly shrank and elongated into a line. Boundless fear erupted from its heart, causing its dragon scales to burst open one by one. The scorching scarlet energy was instantly ignited, instinctively transforming into a torrent of blood flames that swept toward Gao Yang. A grand sword hum bloomed from within the burning, supreme sun. A scarlet sword light covered in silver radiance shot out from within the sun. With just a flash, the torrent of blood flames was split into from the middle, and along with it, the entire world region was also split into. A clear, smooth slash appeared within Kyber's vertical pupils, and then, surging blood poured out from the wound. With just one sword strike, Kyber's dragon body, which represented endless fear and sin, was completely destroyed. The creature's brutal dragon soul was directly purified into nothingness by the will contained within that sword strike. In short, Gao Yang had killed the underworld dragon Kyber in a single, casual sword strike. After finishing all this, Gao Yang waved his hand, the sun extinguished, and this area returned to darkness. Perhaps after tens of thousands of years, a new existence would be born from this endless filth. But that newborn existence would certainly not be the underworld dragon Kyber, who had completely perished. Returning to the bedchamber in the immortal city, Lisa was still fast asleep. Gao Yang stroked her soft, long hair with a smile on his lips. It was not long before their child would be born. To be precise, it would be in 1 month. Gao Yang stopped thinking, lay down beside Lisa, and began to rest. From the start of the War of Ascension until now, he had not had a proper rest. Now, time was no longer pressing for him, and rest was no longer a luxury. This sleep was deep and comfortable, and it was not until the sun was high in the sky the next day that Gao Yang slowly woke up. Gao Yang rose, and with Lisa's assistance, he dressed neatly before heading to the side hall to share breakfast together. A beautiful day began from this moment on. After breakfast, Lisa went to the holy temple to handle affairs. With a thought, Gao Yang returned to the Qingshu cave heaven outside of Earth, sitting cross-legged above the meditation jade in the martial arts arena. Time and space could no longer restrict the current Gao Yang. Distances that once required a long time to traverse were now, for him, merely a matter of a single thought. The Multiverse Network panel appeared before his eyes at his mental command. Gao Yang looked at the pale blue light screen, and a flash of realization rose in his heart. For sentient beings wandering the multiverse, Multiverse Network players were not an unfamiliar group. The origin of these players lay in that mysterious and unfathomable Multiverse Network. It was not that no one had tried to explore its origins, but to this day, no existence had ever found the source of this network. But now, all of this was no longer a secret in Gao Yang's eyes. The Multiverse Network was rooted in the will of the multiverse. It was the manifestation of the multiverse's game rules. It was intangible and invisible, omnipotent yet bound by layers of restrictions. For an individual, the existence of the Multiverse Network perhaps provided a choice with an unknown future for every life that refused to be ordinary. And that was all. As for how to use the network, whether to keep climbing or to stop, the Multiverse Network did not interfere, nor did it care. The text on the light screen before him shifted, transforming into the 2 exclusive limited titles he had obtained. With nothing better to do, Gao Yang intended to edit these 2 titles, and he already had an idea for the direction. Both the Legendary Calamity and Plain Scourge exclusive limited titles could be edited once. However, under the influence of Gao Yang's will, these 2 titles naturally began to merge, eventually forming a brand new title for him, who had already transcended the multiverse. This trivial operation was not difficult. Looking at the completely blank title before him, Gao Yang moved his mind, and text appeared upon it. Great Freedom Sword God. Title type, exclusive limited title. Title restriction, Gao Yang Eternal Blazing Sun. Title description, high above the dome of the skull, the eternal blazing sun. The sword connects the universe, severing and extinguishing chaos, unrestrained and free, transcending heaven and earth. Known as Great Freedom. Title attributes no need to equip. Looking at this newly edited title, Gao Yang moved his mind and equipped it in his title slot. The next instant, Every Multiverse Network player in the multiverse paused, a bright golden notification, dozens of times larger than a standard network prompt, forcibly occupied their vision. Multiverse Network prompt. Great Freedom Sword God Gao Yang has transcended the Multiverse Network at this very moment. May you all strive together. At this moment, Gao Yang felt with absolute clarity that the connection between him and the Multiverse Network was constantly weakening. Or rather, the network was actively detaching from him. His existence now was an extremely heavy burden for the Multiverse Network. The current network could no longer bear Gao Yang's magnitude, even in the form of entering a dungeon with his soul. The network could no longer facilitate it for him. Therefore, the Multiverse Network actively severed its link with Gao Yang, both to reduce its burden and because Gao Yang no longer needed its assistance. Gao Yang sighed slightly and let the light screen before him gradually fade away. Chapter 1098. My heart has no obstacles. End. Gao Yang looked up at the deep blue sun in the sky of the Qingshu Cave heaven. As far as his eyes could see, there were colorful threads. These threads were so complex and dense that they were impossible to count, piercing through the void to arrive here and merging into that deep blue sun. The deep blue sun was his anchor of will in the multiverse, and these threads were various pieces of information regarding him. With a thought, the colorful threads began to converge toward the deep blue sun. In a way incomprehensible to ordinary people, the sky full of threads converged into the deep blue sun in just a few seconds. Except for a small portion that Gao Yang intentionally left behind, all other information had been gathered into the deep blue sun to be digested and absorbed. During this process, the shock on the faces of the Multiverse Network players gradually turned into confusion. They looked at the spontaneously appearing network panels before them, knowing in their hearts that some important event had just occurred. Yet they could not retain even a shred of memory. After gathering his information, Gao Yang rose and returned to Eberron. Sitting cross-legged on a tree stump, Gao Yang looked around, then naturally closed his eyes and began his daily cultivation. Cultivation had already been carved into his marrow. Although he had slain the God Lord, and there were no more obstacles ahead, he still did not feel even a trace of confusion. He cultivated when it was time to cultivate, and rested when he wanted to rest. In the rotation of his cultivation and rest, a month passed quickly. On this day, Lisa's bedchamber was exceptionally busy. Legendary powerhouses and core members of the Immortal Church were all waiting outside the bedchamber with anxious and solemn expressions, looking from time to time at the majestic figure standing at the door. Gao Yang stood at the entrance, his brows slightly furrowed. Today was the day of Lisa's delivery. Although he knew that there would be no problems with her labor, now that the moment had truly arrived, listening to Lisa's fluctuating breathing and painful cries, he still inevitably felt a sense of tension and anticipation. Time ticked by, and Gao Yang's hands, clasped behind his back, tightened. More than half an hour had already passed. If the delivery was not successful soon, he was already planning to intervene personally. After a moment of thought, he remained where he was, not moving. Lisa was a legendary professional. A mere childbirth was not a difficult task for her. It was only because this child was too special that the process had become difficult and slow. He could certainly have taken action to bypass the birthing process entirely, allowing his offspring to be born instantly. But doing so would have resulted in a slight congenital deficiency. Although it would have been a negligible flaw, it would have been a shortcoming nonetheless. Neither he nor Lisa would ever allow such a deficiency to occur. While suddenly, a tender yet powerful cry erupted in Gao Yang's ears. He looked up abruptly toward the tightly closed door, but his gaze had already landed on the large bed in the bedchamber, resting upon the pale and exhausted Lisa, and the fair-skinned, plump baby boy held in the arms of Sophia, who stood to the side. Aside from that single cry upon birth, the infant was now in Sophia's arms, staring with large, pitch-black, round eyes, curiously observing the world. "This is my son." A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. He took a single step, and in the next moment, he had arrived inside the bedchamber. After Gao Yang left, expressions of joy appeared on the faces of Huakui and the others. They had all heard that cry earlier. And that cry did not just represent a newborn child, it represented the future of their immortal wasteland. Gao Yang's sudden arrival made Sophia slightly nervous. and she subconsciously pulled the baby tightly into her arms to protect him. However, when she saw that the visitor was Gao Yang, her nervousness vanished instantly, replaced by a matching look of joy. "My lord, this is your heir." Gao Yang took the wide-eyed, curious baby boy from her hands, his posture appearing slightly stiff. After all, the chubby little boy looked so fragile that he was terrified that even the slightest movement might break him. Sophia exchanged a glance with Lisa, who had regained a bit of color, and both of their eyes held a hint of playfulness. Ever since they had known Gao Yang, this was the first time they had seen him act so cautious. Gao Yang held the chubby boy in his arms, and the child was not afraid at all. Instead, he reached out with his fleshy fingers and grabbed at Gao Yang. Gao Yang revealed a smile and extended a finger, letting the baby's soft hand grasp it. Then, he turned to look at Lisa and said in a gentle voice, "You've worked hard." Lisa shook her head, a tired but satisfied smile on her face, and said weakly, "You give our child a name. There is no rush for that. You should rest first." Gao Yang sat down by the bedside, took hold of Lisa's soft hand, and gently channeled his deep blue battle chi into her body. Lisa let out a soft hum, feeling her body gradually warm up. Her long exhausted spirit finally relaxed, and she soon drifted into a deep sleep, because Lisa, the high priestess of the immortal temple, and the immortal Feather King had given birth to a son. The vast immortal wasteland began a full month of celebrations, and the entire land was plunged into an ocean of joy. At the very center of this joy, in the immortal city, Sophia was carefully bending over, her hands held in a hovering position as she followed behind the little one who was half a meter in front of her. 3 meters behind them was the stern and meticulous commander of the Drow Guards. "Hu Kui, young Master Yao, be careful. There is a stone ahead." Sophia's dark red, magma-like eyes were filled with tension, watching over the little one who was stumbling forward with all the dedication of a devoted maid guarding her young master. Big dragon, big dragon." Gao Yang reached out with his small hands, running eagerly toward Delavere, who was coiled up not far away. His black eyes were filled with curiosity and longing, and his bouncy cheeks were brimming with a happy smile. "Yao!" Just then, a voice as gentle as water rang out. Gao Yang turned his head subconsciously, his little face lighting up with surprise. But because he hadn't paid attention to the loose gravel under his feet while turning, he lost his balance and tumbled forward. Whoosh! A gust of wind sounded as a pair of large hands gently caught the little boy's small body. "Young Master Yao, please be careful," Hu Kui said softly, carefully steadying Gao Yang. "Hu Kui, let the boy fall a couple of times, it won't be a problem." A steady voice followed. Hu Kui and the little Gao Yang both looked over. The former bowed his head respectfully, while the latter beamed, opening his arms toward Gao Yang and babbling with his little mouth. "Papa, hold me." Lisa let go of Gao Yang's arm, and Gao Yang took the opportunity to scoop the little one up from the ground and hold him in his arms. "Papa, Mama." Gao Yang squirmed in Gao Yang's arms and reached his chubby little hands toward Lisa. Compared to Gao Yang's broad chest, he preferred Lisa's soft and warm embrace. Lisa took Gao Yang, couldn't help but kiss his bouncy, soft cheeks, and then looked at Gao Yang, her eyes filled with an unbreakable depth of love. Gao Yang wrapped an arm around her waist, tapped Gao Yang on the forehead, and said, "I'm taking you to meet an elder." A look of confusion appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. With his small brain, he didn't understand what Gao Yang meant, but that didn't stop him from being happy. And so, amidst Gao Yang's happy laughter, Gao Yang, along with Lisa and the child, vanished from the sight of Hu Kui and the others. A spatial ripple appeared, and a deep blue light barrier emerged from the void, from which Gao Yang and Lisa stepped out. Lisa looked around and said with pleasant surprise, "This is Dean Grandpa's tombstone." Gao Yang nodded, signaling for her to put Gao Yang down. With Lisa's assistance, Gao Yang innocently kowtowed 3 times toward the tall tombstone in front of him. "This is your great-grandfather Dean. When you grow up, remember to come and pay your respects every year." Gao Yang looked at the cold tombstone before him, his voice calm yet reaching deep into the heart. Gao Yang stood in Lisa's arms, nodding his little head in innocent understanding. Gao Yang gently wiped the dust from the tombstone, his eyes filled with nostalgia. If Dean Grandpa hadn't carried him from the dripping eaves into the room all those years ago, he likely would have frozen to death on that rainy night. For Gao Yang, the only person who could be considered an elder was Dean Grandpa. At this very moment, he had brought his wife and child here to show Dean Grandpa that he was doing well now and that there was no need to worry about him anymore. As for the future, let us wait for this little one to grow up and then see how he wishes to live his life. A gentle, warm breeze accompanied the sound of footsteps. 3 figures rounded the bamboo house and stepped onto the wooden bridge, walking in this direction. As the breeze swept past, the 3 people who had been standing before the tombstone vanished without a trace. Authors afterward, good evening, my dear patrons. This book has officially come to an end here. Thank you all for your long-standing companionship and support. Without further ado, I shall first kowtow to all of you. From January 2024 to October 2025, Sesam's first book has finally reached its conclusion. How should I put it? This book committed all the mistakes that a novice author would make: inconsistent settings, rough plot points, and lack of logic. Once again, thank you all for your support and kindness. This is my first time writing a book, so making mistakes is only natural. Please go easy on the criticism. After all, I am not one of those geniuses who become legends with their first work. I cannot manage to weave intricate foreshadowing while simultaneously balancing excitement and high expectations, though I truly envy those who can. I simply held onto the thought that I had to finish it, and I managed to push this book to nearly 3 million words, trying my best to leave all of you with a complete reading experience. Actually, I have a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and I really wanted to write exactly 3 million words. However, my reason told me that it was already over. To continue writing would only be filler, wasting everyone's time and money. Therefore, the time had come, and I stopped. Although I feel quite sad, I plan to write some side stories later to see if I can push the word count to exactly 3 million. Regarding the later plot, I would like to explain it to you all. To put it bluntly, I failed to manage the power scaling, which led to a surge in power levels during the later stages, leaving Gao Yang in a state of near invincibility. Furthermore, the main boss of the pantheon in the setting was too oppressive, and ordinary methods of improvement could not cope with it. Thus, I could only rely on the specialty of the 100 refined body for a super violent power boost. Of course, the foreshadowing for this specialty was planted a long time ago, and it is one of the parts of this book I am most satisfied with, even if my writing ability might have made its impact less powerful than intended. As for the succubus issue that some of you were concerned about, I originally intended to include it in the main text, but I realized there was no point that could support Gao Yang intervening in the rise of the succubus. So I had to move that content to the side stories. Perhaps Golis, who defied the natural instincts of her succubus bloodline, is a protagonist in her own right. A succubus queen, once she has gained sufficient awareness, should not have her path to rise completed with the help of a powerhouse. That cannot be called a rise, it would only be being propped up into a position of power. Therefore, the story of the succubus queen's rise will be written in the side stories. Over these past 2 years, if there was anything I wrote that left you unsatisfied, please forgive me. If there were any plot points that made you feel happy or satisfied, then that is the greatest honor for me as an author. Additionally, thank you once again for your support. Over these nearly 2 years, many of you have silently read the book and silently cast your votes. I have kept all of that in my heart. It is precisely because of this that I was able to persist in writing this book and completing it. Thank you all so very much. I have also set up a reader group. Interested patrons can click the group link in the author's note at the end of the chapter to join and chat with us. Finally, regarding my new book, I have already communicated with my editor, and it has been approved. It will likely be launched on Kidian in the next 2 days. It is still a multiverse network story, but it is a different tale. You will be able to see it by clicking on my avatar when the time comes. With the experience of writing my first book, I have gained a little confidence for the new one. At the very least, I will not repeat many of the same mistakes. I hope you will all support me again. To put it in one sentence, your support is my greatest motivation. Thank you all. Sesame opens the door October 14. Respectful, a new book released. Me dear patrons, My new book has been released on Kidian Chinese Network, Multiverse Network Mitch, Saving the World Online. This is the story of a novice spellcaster growing up and saving the world in a world devoid of magic. Those who are interested may head over to take a look.